often goes unseen, but it's deeply appreciated by our commission, and it makes a meaningful difference in the lives of our residents. Lord, we ask that you put a special blessing on the young people with us tonight. May they grow in character, integrity, wisdom, and in faith. Inspire them to become the next generation of leaders who will serve their families, their communities, and their country with honor and compassion. And finally, Lord, we ask for your guidance as the members of this board tonight deliberate the pressing matters that are affecting the future of Clay County. Grant us wisdom, discernment, humility, and a spirit of unity as we seek to serve the best interests of the people who live here. We ask these in all your holy and heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Retired U.S. Army Major Brian Thomas is leading the Pledge of Allegiance today. Thomas served nearly 28 years in the United States Army with assignments throughout the United States and overseas before he retired in 2023. A highly decorated veteran, his distinguished career was recognized with multiple meritorious service medals, joint and inter-service commendations, and numerous awards for leadership, achievement, and operational service. He joined the military after high school, seeking direction and purpose, and built a career dedicated to service. He learned that work ethic and integrity matter more than titles, and that his greatest memories are the people he served alongside, working together to accomplish the mission as a team. Today, Thomas is a Fleming-On resident and serves as Chief of Training and Exercises and the Deputy Emergency Manager for Clay County Emergency Management. He also volunteers with Operation New Uniform, the Tim Tebow Foundation, and local high school athletics. We thank you for your service to our country and your ongoing commitment to our community. If you please lead us in the pledge and then say a few words.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to do this. Thank you for the rest that are here, whether you like to or not. No. As a Fleming-On resident, thank you, sir. Honestly, appreciate the opportunity. Enjoy being here at Clay County, being a resident, extremely patriotic community, and to many more. So thank you.
Thank you. May be seated. Call to order the Board of County Commission meeting for June 9th, 2026. We will go to a roll call. All of my commissioners are here today. And now pet adoptions with Teresa.
Okay, first we have Orion, a neutered male, domestic short hair. He's 2 months old and weighs 2 pounds. This adorable black and white kitten is full of fun, purrs, and kitten mischief. Orion loves to play, explore, and cuddle when it's time to recharge. He's currently at our adoption offsite, so don't wait. Cute kittens like Orion find homes fast. Next, we have Stotty, a neutered male, husky, 5 years old, weighs 51 pounds. Meet Stotty, a classic husky with a goofy grin and enough personality to keep you laughing every day. This handsome boy loves hanging out with his gentle, dainty dog friends, splashing in the water and enjoying relaxed play sessions at his own pace. Whether he's making silly faces, showing off his husky charm, or moseying around with his buddies, Stotty is always the life of the party. If you're looking for a fun-loving companion with a playful spirit and a heart of gold, Stotty is ready to be your new best friend. Next, our cat is Oyster, spayed female, domestic short hair, 3 years old and weighs 10 pounds. This sweet but nervous girl spent most of her life indoors before finding herself outside and on her own. Oyster is looking for a calm, quiet home where she can feel safe and loved again. A cozy screen porch or sunny spot to watch the world go by would be her dream come true. With a little patience and plenty of love, Oyster is sure to blossom into a wonderful companion. And lastly, we have Addie, a spayed female, mixed breed, a year old and weighs 31 pounds. When Addie first arrived, she was so nervous she completely panicked in the parking lot and had to be carried inside. Fast forward to today, and this sweet 1-year-old girl is running and playing with her doggy friends in playgroup. With a little help from her pals, Addie is coming out of her shell more every day. She's still a gentle, sensitive soul looking for a patient family to help her continue building confidence and discovering how fun life can be. If you're ready to meet your new best friend, our adoptable animals are waiting to add some extra love and fun to your life. From wagging tails to purring kitties, we've got the perfect companion just for you. If you want to see who's available, you can head over to our website and meet our adorable crew looking for their forever homes. If you have questions, you can drop us a line at clayadoptions@claycountygov.com and let's chat. Don't wait. Your new best friend is just a click away. And pictured there is Sheldon. We are always in need of foster homes where they can grow, receive socialization, and get the care they need until they are ready for adoption. Could you provide a loving temporary home for one of our foster animals? If so, please contact us at clayfosters@claycountygov.com. And if you're interested in helping our furry friends but you can't bring one home, please take a look at our Amazon wish list. We are always in need of items for our shelter animals. Just go to amazon.com. And that completes our pet adoptions.
Thank you, Teresa, and would all my fellow commissioners join me up front? All right, so we have a recognition today to say thank you to one of the local businesses in our community. During our recent large forest fire in the southeastern part of our county, Valancourt Construction graciously allowed responders to set up a command post on its property and stay there around the clock while crews fought the more than 4,000-acre fire called the Railroad Fire. At this time, we'd like to invite Daniel Valancourt and the members of the Valancourt team and family who are with us today to please join us up front. We also ask representatives from Clay County Fire Rescue and Emergency Management, the Clay County Sheriff's Office, and the Florida Forest Service to come forward to help us say thank you. Y'all could just crowd all up in here. Very good. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, y'all.
Come on up.
Always
Come on
that
up.
side too.
Come on in.
I know.
We know our place.
Yeah. Third time.
All right, so we are honored to present Valancourt Construction with a certificate of appreciation and recognition of their exceptional partnership and support. And he has that already? All right, so we are going to have remarks first from you.
Thank you very much, Commission. Thank you, Clay County. Thank you, first responders, Sheriff. We are honored to be in this county, and I would be remiss if I did not say how honored I am to have the young men behind me work at Valancourt Construction. Just so that you guys know, it was Sunday night. I got home. We saw the fire. I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna go see what we have at the shop if we can maybe help. And when I got there, this is our night crew. They run night shift. They had already had everything going. I didn't have to say, hey, do you guys want to do this? I didn't have to bribe them. I didn't have to do any of that. They said, I said, we're gonna go help out, and they said, let's do it. And they were 100% all in. And these are young men, and they're hard workers. And this is a quote. They said, I'm just happy that I work in a place where I can help and serve my community. That's a quote. So there's a lot of hope for the future, and it's right here in these young men in Clay County, Florida. And so thank you very much. Thank you guys very much. You guys are a blessing to me and my family, so thank you very much.
Normally, when we have a large-scale incident in Clay County, it's typically law enforcement driven. So we got to sit back and watch our fire friends in action, and we just provided security at the command post and closed down some roads. But I want to say thank you to you guys for what you did during those days. It was incredible watching this team come together, and to the gentlemen that Daniel just mentioned, Cameron, Alex, and Johnny. Not only did they get equipment ready and assist by allowing us to set up a command post there, but they and members of their team were literally on the perimeter with water trucks fighting the fire. And they didn't have to do that, but they chose to get involved. Kudos to you guys. Thank you very much. Daniel, Mike, Kathy, Mike. Thank you. You guys have always been great partners to this county, and you know, we should probably bring you up here at least once a year to tell you thank you for all that you do. No? Okay. No, but thank you for your continued support. This is what partnerships look like, and we appreciate y'all very much.
Thank you very much.
The one thing I was going to say was to thank both our partners with the Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, obviously Valancourt, which gave us a wonderful site to operate. I can't remember operating on a fire scene where literally we could sit in the command post and watch the actual firefight take place, Mike. That was a little bit unusual with it, but the crew that they had out there supporting us, and then Mike, to all you guys that brought in and all of the state support, it was a tremendous partnership. It shows that integration that we worked to practice all these years and all this time, and it all came together at the right time. So, David, I think we have something to give them. Here.
So just a small token, and I will say the sheriff can be humble all she wants to, but everybody was all in on this. Everybody was there the whole time. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the community. We had a ton of donations that came in that were literally just overwhelming, that we were literally putting right out on the line just as quickly as you could give it to us. So this thank you is not just for them, for the commissioners that supported the event, our partners at the Florida Division of Forestry. We had visitors from all over the state. The big state people came in, and it was because of this large fire that was handled so well. And that does not go without all these partnerships that you see here and your help too. So thank you very much.
And we'll take one more opportunity here. Mike, you want to introduce our newest Forest Service representative for Clay County? Sure.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Mike Work. I'm the Operations Administrator from the Jacksonville Forestry Center. Clay County is part of that, so I'll gladly introduce Mr. William Howard Spencer here. He is your new Clay County Forest Area Supervisor, and if I'm not mistaken, born and raised Clay County, right?
Yes, sir.
And with that, I'll give you a quick speak of yourself for an introduction.
On the spot, right? Yeah, so my name is Howard Spencer. My family has been local to Clay County for over 200 years now. We've been here. I'm born and raised here. Pillar. I'm Teddy's son. Yeah, I'm Teddy's son. I know Dan and Mike and all these guys pretty well. Yeah, I didn't have one, but I'm just very grateful for this opportunity and to be a part of this, and just thank you guys all.
Okay, first. All right, we'd also like to recognize and thank National Training Incorporated, Decoy Baptist Church, and Shiloh Baptist Church for their generous contributions during the fire response. Finally, we want to express our sincere gratitude to our community, and I know Chief already did that, for the incredible outpouring of support. Donations of water, sports drinks, ready-to-eat snacks, and hot meals were greatly appreciated by our responders working long hours in difficult conditions. We also want to thank our county students and community members who took the time to send cards and messages of encouragement. Your support lifted the spirits of firefighters and emergency responders. And of course, all of our volunteers, community members for their support also during the railroad fire response. All right, we're going to move next to proclamation for Solid Waste Workers Week. Solid Waste Workers Week provides an opportunity to recognize the dedicated professionals of the solid waste industry whose work protects public health, supports environmental sustainability, and helps keep our community clean and safe. We are pleased to have some local solid waste professionals here today from Clay County Environmental Services, FCC Environmental Services, and Waste Management. If y'all could join us up front. Don't be shy.
Two meetings in a row. Thanks for coming in.
All right, so Commissioner Renninger is going to read the proclamation, and then we will get some brief remarks.
How about if you stand behind it? Yeah, we couldn't thank the people from Waste Management and FCC more, working some of the hardest jobs in the county under the most adverse environmental conditions you can imagine. So it gives me great honor to read this proclamation. Whereas proper collection and disposal of solid waste is essential to keeping our communities clean, preventing disease, and protecting the environment. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention acknowledges that effective waste management safeguards public health and has helped reduce disease across the Western world. And whereas the men and women who provide these critical services work long, hard hours in challenging weather and often hazardous conditions to ensure safe, clean, and healthy communities. And whereas Clay County values and honors our local solid waste professionals. And whereas from June 15th through the 20th, we recognize solid waste workers for their vital role in protecting public health, preserving the environment, and enhancing community well-being, while reaffirming our commitment to cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, does hereby proclaim June 15th through the 20th, 2026 as Solid Waste Workers Week in Clay County, and encourages all citizens to acknowledge and celebrate the hardworking men and women of the solid waste industry who help keep our neighborhoods clean and help protect our environment. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 9th day of June, 2026. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And it's unanimous, so thank you very much. And we'll see who's the first on the agenda here. The biggest guy.
This is Greg Huntington for Waste Management. I did want to recognize FCC. They're responsible for picking up your solid waste every week, every month, every year. If you add it up, it's over 1 million services rendered. WM is responsible for disposing of that trash. But to your point, Jim, I can't imagine having to pick up yard debris on some of these summer days, but that's what some of these workers do day in and day out. I wouldn't last half a day on the back of a truck, but kudos to them. And so thank you to the county for recognizing the partnership that these two counties share, these two companies share with the county in providing these critical environmental services. So thank you.
And also with the efficiency and accuracy, Milton, what's our number? 99 point.
Better than Chick-fil-A.
Better than Chick-fil-A. That's, there you go.
Hey, my name is Andy. I'm with FCC. We are proud and honored to provide the services that we provide for everyone in Clay County. I live in Clay County. I've lived in Clay County for 35 years. I understand the expectations, and we do our best to uphold those expectations. It requires a lot of work. There's a lot of behind the scenes. There's a lot of logistics. There's a lot of things that the average person wouldn't understand of what it actually takes to get your trash picked up in front of your house. But again, we're honored to do that for you. We're looking forward to a long-term partnership. I certainly am. And if there's anything that we can do better, call us. So thanks again. Thank you.
All right, same thing. We want everybody facing forward and kind of scooch in. We'll get the less tall folks to come forward and show.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. 2026 marks a century of service, faith, and purposeful living for the Penny Retirement Community in Penny Farms, Florida. We welcome Teresa Scott, President CEO of Penny Retirement Community, and the representatives with her today to please join us up front. Here we are. After Commissioner Compare reads the proclamation, we'll welcome brief remarks from anyone who'd like to speak.
Very nice. So the proclamation reads, whereas Penny Retirement Community in Penny Farms, Florida celebrated 100 years of service, faith, and purposeful living at its official Centennial Gala this year, and whereas the community was founded in 1926 by James Cash Penny, founder of the J.C. Penny Company, and Memorial Home Community to provide a Christian home for retired pastors, missionaries, and church workers, and YMCA workers where they could live with dignity, purpose, and fellowship. And whereas now named Penny Retirement Community in honor of Mr. Penny, following his passing in 1971, residents and staff continue to uphold Mr. Penny's enduring principles of faith, fellowship, service, and the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And whereas since its incorporation on June 22nd of 1926, the community has enriched the lives of its residents through compassionate care, volunteerism, stewardship, kindness, and spiritual growth, a true testament to the remarkable legacy of James Cash Penny. And whereas today, Penny Retirement Community remains a thriving, not-for-profit Christian continuing care retirement community, serving more than 540 residents from all walks of life who continue to embrace a lifestyle centered on purpose, purposeful living, and service to others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, does hereby recognize and celebrate Penny Retirement Community's centennial, and extend sincere congratulations and gratitude to its residents, leadership, staff, volunteers, and supporters for a century of faithful service and enduring commitment to the values upon which the community was founded 100 years ago. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 9th day of June, 2026. Do I have a motion? All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. And I wanted to thank JB. JB serves currently as our president of our board. But I wanted to let you know, we're just one of many, many nonprofit organizations here in Clay County. And we're most proud of our relationship with the county and other nonprofit organizations. We have a lot of partnerships that we help other nonprofits in our area. We want to thank Sheriff Cook and her team. When we have any needs, she's there, and her team is there, as well as the fire chief. We look forward to having the fire station right outside of our gate there at Penny. And wanted to let you know, our residents served and gave 170,000 hours of volunteer work last year, not only at Penny, but throughout Clay County. And that tells you what our residents feel about the county in which they retired in and now call home. And so thank you all for always supporting us at Penny, and thank you for this recognition.
I want to note the composition of the attendees here tonight. We have Nancy Keating, who's been a volunteer in the community for, almost 100 years now. A lot of board members, staff, I see Wayne over there. He's the guy that keeps everything ship-shape out there at Penny Farms, as well as the residents. They're all great friends of mine, and I'm sure happy you came out tonight. I do want to make mention of the pet project. I was told that we just surpassed 800 carts constructed to allow mobility for those that are impaired, walking impaired, so throughout the world. So it's a great, a lot of, when you scratch the surface of Penny, there's a lot underneath. So, oh yeah, gold seal for our care of the pavilion. In the pavilion, what's it, 10, 12? How many is it?
We have 50 residents, and we have now received the Governor's Gold Seal for excellence in healthcare longer than any other nursing home in the state of Florida of over 26 years. So we're very proud of that.
So 100 years of steady progress. So, and it's all due, mostly due to the leadership out there. So Teresa, we thank you. Judge, nothing to say?
All right, okay. I'd just like to say that it's an exciting time out at PRC. I'm going to try these words. We have a centennial overlaid by a sesquicentennial, as our country's 250th occurs at the same time as our 100th. And it's made for just all kinds of exciting activities, and it's been fun. I hope I survive it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we want everyone to kind of scooch in, and again, we'll have the less tall folks come forward.
I got heels on today.
Come on, Richard.
Thank you, sir.
I like your announcement.
Oh, thank
You
you.
do it very well.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming. Thanks for coming.
And Adam.
Oh, yeah, this is yours. There we go. All right, so next, we are pleased to recognize the St. John's Country Day School Spartans baseball team for their historic FHSAA Class 1A state championship season that ended with an impressive 26-8 record and a state championship title. Woohoo! All right, so we welcome the team along with their school coaches and school leadership. Coaches and leadership. And their own Commissioner Scrumlow will read the proclamation.
Awesome. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Here, come on back. Come on back. Fill in, meat. What's up, boss? How you doing? So before I read the proclamation, it's first let me just speak about this group of young men. Just the exact spitting image of what you would want living in this community of young people who are going to do tremendous things in their lives, whether it be in sports or as fathers or as business professionals. They truly are a special group. And historic, it says it in the proclamation, but they were the first, a lot of these guys standing up here were the first ever baseball players in this county to win a state championship. It had never happened in Clay County history. So they had a historic season where they did it again. And this is the proclamation. Whereas the St. John's Country Day School Spartans baseball team had one of the most historic seasons in school and Clay County history in 2026, exemplifying excellence, perseverance, sportsmanship, and teamwork while finishing with an outstanding 26-8 record. And whereas under the outstanding leadership of head coach Tom Lucas, the Spartans captured the FHSAA Class 1A District Championship, Regional Championship, and ultimately the 1A State Championship. Whereas the Spartans earned their place among Florida's elite by defeating Schoolhouse Prep in the state Final Four before securing the state championship victory over Orangewood Christian School, which earned the championship game with an impressive 26-3 record. And whereas this championship marks the second baseball state championship in Clay County history, bringing tremendous pride and recognition to the school, the Orange Park community, and all of Clay County. Whereas the accomplishments of these student athletes reflect countless hours of hard work, dedication, discipline, and teamwork and commitment from the players, coaches, families, faculty, students, and supporters of Spartan baseball. And whereas the Spartans embodied the highest standards of athletic excellence and served as exceptional representatives of the state and the values of St. John's Country Day School. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, does hereby proudly recognize and congratulate the 2026 Class 1A State Champion St. John's Spartans and commends head coach Lucas, his entire coaching staff, the student athletes for bringing extraordinary honor and distinction to Clay County and the state of Florida. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 9th day of June 2026. Do I have a motion? And a second. Awesome. All in favor say aye. Aye. Congratulations, you're officially in the history books.
Coach Tom Lucas, the head coach of the baseball team, and on behalf of the coaches, the players, the families, the administration of St. John's Country Day, I would just like to thank the county commissioners for taking the time to honor this team. We take tremendous pride in representing the Clay County and beating a team from Miami in the Final Four and then beating a team from Orlando in the championship and bringing it back to where it needs to be in Clay County. So thank you for honoring this great team. It's a tremendous honor to recognize the effort that it took. I'm going to call out two guys on the team in particular. Senior captain Hunter Rogers, who is going to be attending Jacksonville University. In 4 years, he never lost the last game on our field. He went to 4 straight Final Fours. So he played for 4 straight state championships, delivering the first high school baseball championship in Clay County in St. John's Country Day history in 24, and then winning it again in 26. Standing behind him is Braden Harris. He is signed to go to Florida State University. For back-to-back years, he has led the entire state of Florida and all in strikeouts of pitchers in our state. So he is going to win for the first time, I think, since the 80s, back-to-back Times Union Player of the Year. And he's in the running for the Dairy Farmer State Player of the Year, Mr. Baseball. So and that's just a few of the accomplishments of the team.
Where'd my paper go? Okay, here we go. Hurricane Preparedness Month serves as an important reminder that preparedness saves lives. We welcome Director of Emergency Management Tim Devon back, and as well as Chief David Moats to help us with this recognition. Any team members also? And after we read the proclamation, we'll and Commissioner Khan is going to read it, and we'll welcome remarks.
All right.
Whereas the Atlantic hurricane season begins June 1 and continues through November 30, with peak activity typically occurring from mid-August through late September, although storms have impacted Florida as early as May and as late as November. And whereas hurricanes are not solely coastal events, as damaging winds, inland flooding, tornadoes, storm surge, rip currents, and heavy rainfall can significantly impact inland communities and areas far from the coast. And whereas preparedness and early planning are essential to protecting lives, property, and the overall resilience of the community before, during, and after severe weather events. And whereas all residents are encouraged to understand their individual risk by determining whether they live in a flood-prone area or evacuation zone, and by identifying any structural vulnerabilities in their homes. And whereas residents are encouraged to register for emergency alerts through alert.claycountygov.com, monitor official forecasts and warnings, and become familiar with evacuation routes, shelters, and emergency procedures. And whereas all households are encouraged to develop emergency communication plans and maintain disaster supply kits containing sufficient food, water, medications, important documents, pet supplies, hygiene products, and other necessities to sustain family members for at least 7 days during a storm event. And whereas the Clay County Board of County Commissioners recognizes the importance of public awareness, preparedness, education, and community readiness throughout hurricane season. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, does hereby proclaim June 2026 as Hurricane Preparedness Month in Clay County and urges all residents to take the necessary steps to prepare themselves, their families, homes, and businesses for the 2026 hurricane season. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 9th day of June, 2026. Do I have a motion? All those in favor? Aye. Of course, it's unanimous. And I just wanted to reiterate, I saw a fake, before I hand you the mic, Tim, I saw a fake AI-generated hurricane, like it looked like a forecast on Facebook, and it had a storm churning in the Gulf of Mexico. But the person who had shared it called it a cyclone. And so the comments were funny, you know, people saying in the Atlantic, we don't call them cyclones, and in America, we don't call them cyclones. But my point for that was sign up with alert.claycountygov.com, follow both their Clay County Emergency Management and Clay County Fire Rescue social media pages, as well as Clay County Gov. They're going to have the right information that you need, not the fake information. So anyway, make sure you do that.
I appreciate that. Thank y'all. No, it takes a whole community. It takes the citizens, our emergency management staff that I have, but it takes multiple agencies, and I always leave somebody off, but we have the fire department, the sheriff's office, Department of Health, the Clay County school system. Every employee within Clay County government is listed as an essential employee, from Public Works to the PIOs. Every single department comes together whenever we have a hurricane response. So we maintain the Emergency Operations Center with 4 of us to keep it operationally ready. However, if there is a major storm coming, there's 110 employees that are in there to make sure that we keep everybody safe within Clay County. So I just wanted to recognize, you heard him earlier, the Chief of Training, Brian Thomas. I have my Chief of Plans, Chief Randy White, and I have my planner, Kayla Futch. So on a daily basis, we don't just do hurricanes, we do any disaster that happens within Clay County. So thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate that. Chief, anything?
we will next go to presentations with Tim Devonigan.
It's been such a long time. Thank you, Commissioners. So Timothy Devon, Director of Emergency Management here in Clay County. I just wanted to take a brief moment since June 1st came last week and kicked off hurricane season. The National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center released their forecast for this particular year. I know they're saying that it's an El Nino year, which for those that may not know, it just means that the waters where the hurricanes churn are a lot colder, so they don't expect as many storms. So for this particular hurricane season, they're only projecting between 1 and 3 major hurricanes that could develop. What does that look like historically? So last year, there was 3 to 5 projected, and the year before, there was 4 to 7 projected. So there's about half of the named storms that they're projecting for this particular year. However, I don't want us to let our guard down. Those that remember Hurricane Andrew in 1992 was during an El Nino as well, and Idalia that affected Clay County and came up through the Panhandle was also during an El Nino. So it doesn't mean we're off the hook. Yes, it's been since 1964 since we had a true hurricane that has passed us. Everybody thinks all the flooding that happened at 218 in Blanding, that was from a tropical storm that passed Clay County, not a hurricane. So we still need to be ready for anything that may hit. So going into summertime, going into this month of June, make sure you have a plan, whether you're gonna shelter in place, you're gonna evacuate. If you do evacuate, make sure you have your pets in mind, your kids, any elderly family members that you may have. Know your area. Go on our website. I know the commissioner mentioned that earlier. There's a lot of information on our website, the state's emergency management website, the National Weather Service site, the Hurricane Center site. There's a lot of information out there to assist you in creating a plan. But you need to know, what is your flood zone? Are you in a low-lying area? Are you living in a place that may be affected by wind? We have a lot of marinas that are within Clay County and people that live on boats. We have a lot of mobile homes that are out there. We have a lot of older homes that are out there. Do you know what the wind rating is of your home? We have a lot of new residents that come into town along the Black Creek, the St. Johns, and the Doctor's Inlet. If you're not familiar, talk to your neighbors, talk to us, look on our website and see what those flood zones may be. Over the past couple months, we've been planning. We actually had 2 exercises. We did a hurricane exercise with the state of Florida, and then we did our own in Clay County and had over 80 staff members in the EOC exercising Clay County for hurricane season as well to make sure we're prepared. I was remiss earlier in missing, the Operations Center has over 60 plans that we maintain for any type of disaster, whether it's sheltering, evacuations, logistical staging areas that we may need. We have plans and we meet ahead of time before we go into hurricane season. So with that, I wanted to keep it brief. I know it's been 2 years since we got hit with Debbie, Helene, and Milton, and we dealt with debris for 2 months. I don't want everyone to forget what that looked like during that particular year. Last year, I did offer up for Doge, so we did not have hurricanes last year. I offer that again this year. But with that, I open it up to any questions y'all may have.
Madam Chair, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Tim, do they, I guess, obviously, if someone had a crystal ball, we would be fully prepared all the time, right? Do they do any forecasting, like atmospheric conditions? Do we know certain years are more likely than others?
So they're still honing it in. I do have to say the models this year are going to be a little bit more in depth. Before we had the cone, didn't know if it was going to go left, right, or middle. They honed that cone in and they were able to do the tropical storm watches along the coast. That is now going to move inland. So you're going to see the counties light up in red and yellow as well for those that are still going to be affected by the storm. So like when Milton passed, you would have seen everything across the state, all those counties that were affected in red. So they're still honing that in. Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of turmoil in the federal government. 300,000 people have left service. Been a lot of turmoil in the federal government. 300,000 people have left government service in the DC area. Have we noticed any FEMA impact, or do we anticipate any FEMA impact?
So our state director, Kevin Guthrie, actually sat on the presidential committee for looking at FEMA and seeing what that's going to look like for the future. They did put out their final plan, which I think we're waiting the 30 days to get any citizen input in that plan before they made that final. So there's more to come with that. I do want to say that all disasters are local and they start local. Clay County is ready and Clay County is prepared. We live in one of the best of the 50 states that we are prepared for hurricanes. Everybody comes to Florida to look at what we do to respond to hurricanes. So locally and statewide, I say we're ready. What FEMA's going to look like, not sure yet, but we are ready.
Second question I have is earthquakes. We prepared for earthquakes?
So it has been lower on the scale, however, in light of this week. And actually, if you go and Google earthquakes that have hit Florida, it's interesting seeing over the past 100 years how many little earthquakes have hit in the area.
Allegedly, we had one yesterday.
Correct.
Did we get any reports?
So we didn't have one. It was down by the islands,
Well, that's what I meant.
but it was felt all over the state of Florida. In fact, I know that they felt it here in Clay County on the seismograph. They saw the change, the difference from what a train looks like versus a earthquake.
Is it?
Yes. Yes. But yes, sir,
Thank you.
we're ready for that too if we need to be.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jamie Booth, City Manager for Keystone Heights. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for having me here tonight. Okay, good, the slides are coming up. I assume do I advance them or just let you know? Okay. Got it. I'll give it a shot here. Mr. Wanamaker let me know that y'all wanted an update or a briefing on the City of Keystone Heights Community Redevelopment Agency. And so I said, how long? He said 5 minutes. I said, no problem, Howard, I got this. I'll do it in 5 minutes with one slide and a map. And he said, Jamie, could you put some pictures in there? So two things, if you're happy that there's pictures in here, thank your county manager. If you're not happy about the length, blame it on your county manager.
It's a Navy thing.
So the history, the CRA was established in 2004. And you can see on the map here, this is the City of Keystone Heights city limits, and kind of yellow is the city limits, and that orangish salmon color is the boundaries of the community redevelopment area. It is a 30-year CRA, so it will end in fiscal year 2034-35. Established due to blight. The specific areas that were highlighted in the findings of necessity were for septic failures, no sewer collection or treatment system in the area, low water pressure issues throughout town, inadequate parking, traffic congestion, irregular streetscape elements, and then you see on here unsafe sidewalks. One of the main ones of driving issues was parking. And so the base taxable value in 2004 was $14 million for the parcels or the properties that are identified inside the CRA. That's important in a later update slide. And so the city developed a plan, and so the initial 2004 community redevelopment plan for the city focused on improving the economic vitality by building recognizable city character, retaining the on-street parking, and improving parking in the rear of businesses, and I'll show that here in a second, build support for local shopping, and then streetscaping, signage, landscape standards. And so I'll stop reading slides and actually start showing you some pictures. So here's what was completed. Let me see if I get the, there we go. And so talking about not having a wastewater treatment plant in approximately 2006, this was built by, this wastewater treatment plant is behind Hitchcock's, or the former Hitchcock's, was built by Clay County Utility Authority. So that drove the capability of adding sewer systems in the downtown area. So in the city of Keystone Heights, our sewer system is only in the community redevelopment area boundary. And also CCUA comes on board in that same time frame. And I don't know exactly what they did, but they took care of the pressure issues of the Keystone Heights water system. Allowing sewer systems or availability of sewer systems allows the businesses in the downtown area. If you've been through Keystone Heights on Lawrence Boulevard, this is the backside of those businesses. Those had septic tanks in the backs of the area where they were able to abandon those septic tanks and convert them into parking. So on the left-hand side picture here, you see a parcel of land that used to be privately owned was donated by the landowner to the city, and the CRA utilized to build the parking area behind that business. And you see another parking area that's over by on Sylvan Way near Pangborn's Ice Cream Shop that was built around 2010 timeframe. The projects in these timeframes, they're meeting CRA objectives. I wasn't able to delve back that far to understand exactly how they were funded, either grants or definitely CRA funds, but they were definitely getting at the CRA objectives. Moving on to around 2020, some more recent projects. You see the completion of the Rails to Trails Trailhead. Total over about 3-year period is $150,000 invested for the trailhead, the bike repair station, all that in this area. That trailhead runs, this concrete runs probably half a mile in each direction. If you look on the right-hand side of this picture, or the right-hand picture, you'll see the parking area that was built as part of the trailhead, and beyond that's a vacant lot. I'll mention that later as a future project or kind of a phase 2 of the trailhead. In the downtown area, you see I want to say this was 2022, 23, facade grants were issued by the CRA board and the city council. On the left-hand side, you'll see one of our major business areas where they've basically put in some new awnings. The paint scheme is based on a historic palette that's been established by our Heritage Commission. If you see in the back of that same building, you see screening that was built with those facade grants to kind of screen out some of the industrial nature on the back sides of the businesses. You see other paint schemes as well in this area. Completed parcel. So if you've been through Keystone Heights on Highway 121, for us that's Walker Boulevard and Lawrence Boulevard. This is the old, on the left-hand side, old Kentucky Fried Chicken. If you're younger, it was the China Chef, and sat there and just was true blight for many, many years. The CRA purchased that property in 2024 to the tune of, I think it was $220,000, $230,000, something like that. Tore it down for another $20,000 to have it demolished and set in conditions. And we have recently donated that parcel to FDOT as right-of-way for a turn lane that's going to take us off. So if you're heading, this is north to south off of 21 onto Highway 100. That is an $800,000 FDOT project that is slated to go to out for contract in February of 2027. So a significant piece of infrastructure, and you can see how CRA funds can leverage other work that's going to alleviate the traffic congestion that was mentioned about in 2004 timeframe. Also, so this is that same parcel of land after China Chef has been demolished. You can see that back this past summer from, I think it was July through October, we had a muralist paint this historic Keystone Beach Pavilion mural. And so you look at the streetscapes aspect of the CRA plan, trying to promote and build community pride, but also make things just look a little bit nicer in downtown Keystone Heights. A more simple project that was completed right at the beginning of 2026. This is one of our back alleyways that, this is where our sewer line is running. And some of those sewer mains where the access points were sticking up 6 inches. We just went in there with some millings and compaction and just improved it a little bit so people aren't knocking out their oil pans on some of our infrastructure. And then one of our also more recent projects, $118,000 overhaul of the tennis courts down at Keystone Heights. You can see on the left, that tennis court was built about the time I was born. And these are the smaller cracks. The one on the inside of the court, it was actually, we were trying to get a grass court going as well on some of the sides of the cracks that were in there. So that was completely torn out and completely redone and just opened up a couple months ago, getting a lot of use. So now let's look at current projects. So funding for the CRA, CRA gets 2 different increments of ad valorem revenue. And so totaling about $230,000 a year. The county increment is about $110,000 a year right now, plus a $17,000 grant that comes in annually. Some issue happened in 2004 to 2005, something in the calculation of the county increment, and the county agreed every year just to offset whatever the calculation issue was to issue a $17,000 grant each year. The city increment is $100,000 of taxable revenue that comes in. And so if you look at the current taxable value, now at $28 million, it's double the value back in 2004 when the CRA was established. Our current plan, which was established last month, last year, 2025, focused on 4 major areas. The streetscapes and parking improvements are continued. Park improvements, economic development, and infrastructure and facilities, and they're defined in these next few slides. I'm just going to talk through them. You can read. If you look at future efforts in streetscapes and parking, This is the front view of Keystone Guns and Gifts, a solid 1960s era hardscape with nothing but concrete between the road and a business. If you look on the right-hand side, a concept of what we're trying to go at with the streetscapes is, this is a photo I took in the San Marco area up in Jacksonville. You look at try and softening that with some planters, maybe some crepe myrtle to create a little bit of shade, maybe go with some of the brick facade areas in there and make room for some tables where people can actually get out and interact. And so that's one of the directions of our streetscapes efforts. In the park improvements, both these photos are in Crestview up in the Panhandle. This is an example of a pocket park. We have some downtown properties that might be able to turn into a small park. This example, I call it Crestview. It costs between acquisition and construction about $60,000. But another example of just kind of taking some of that hardscape out, making areas where communities can come together, reducing some of that blight. And I kind of like the mural there, so we may have something almost exactly the same if I have a way to influence it. Also in the same area over the last year was that tennis court that I showed you in an earlier photo. Economic development will continue with those facade grants. Same picture before, but you can see some of the dumpsters out in the back. That would be something we'd try to target with some more screening. And then the last slide I have here is talking about infrastructure and facilities, acquisition of properties for, like we talked about for Pocket Park. But also we've just put in for a $660,000 acquisition grant through a small communities development block grant. The goal would be to acquire the old volunteer fire department and turn it into a community center where we'd have a city museum and also welcome center, but also try and look at opportunities for other community events, get some artwork or displays in here. And so we'll see over the next few months if we're selected for that grant. The city has another plan. We have appropriated or planned for about $150,000 of CRA funds that we can leverage in this, or if this doesn't go through, to build a city museum or a welcome center at another location. So that is all I have as far as information to provide, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you commissioners may have. One thing I do want to thank you all for partnering with us for this community redevelopment area, as well as just day-to-day the support that we receive from you all, the city manager and his staff. It's absolutely amazing. We are there's about 5 of us that work in City Hall, so y'all's capability to help us leverage some issues has been very important over the last year that I've been working with the city, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question. Within the boundary of the CRA, what's the approximate mix of commercial and residential, approximately?
It's certainly higher commercial in that CRA boundary, but I'd have to look at it.
And where I'm going with this is the future ad valorem issues that are ongoing. That portends the amount of money you're going to have for future projects.
So I did, so I can get to the very specific answer. There are 3 homesteaded properties in inside of the CRA. So we don't see a significant shift under the current, with potential future ballot initiatives.
Right.
There won't be a significant change in funding sources.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Jamie, thanks. Is good presentation. I was just wanted to bring this back up. So the turn lane that DOT, you said $800,000.
Correct.
Yeah. I think it's important for folks to understand that's the true cost of those types of things. So that if you're gonna pull it back up, that turn lane right there, $800,000. It costs.
Infrastructure is not cheap, sir.
That's it. No, I agree with you. We see it all the time, but I think it's important for people to understand something that small is almost $1 million.
Without the real estate, we picked up the real estate cost.
So it's over $1 million with the real estate.
Yep. Thanks. Good job.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so it's after 5 o'clock. We're going to go on to our time certains. Number 22, final public hearing to consider adoption of PUD 26-004. With that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is PUD 260004. The applicant is First Coast Energy, and Jason Gabriel is the agent for the item. The location is 240 Nightbox Road. That is located within Oakleaf Brandon Ridge Planning District. And this is Commission District 5. This is Commissioner Burke's district. There are 2 parcels involved in the project, and this will look familiar to you. It came before you back in April as Zone 2604, requesting BB2, but at the time there was, it was presented to the Planning Commission and received a 3-2 vote to recommend approval. And then at the board meeting, there was some discussion about the site plan and how to memorialize some added features like the wall and improvements like that. And it was decided that the applicant would bring it back as a PUD. So PUD 2604 seeks to rezone approximately 8.36 acres from AR, Agriculture Residential, to PCD, Planned Commercial District. In 2003, the land use was designated to commercial. And again, the proposed use would be for a Daly's convenience store with gas station pumps and a car wash. And the westernmost portion of the site will remain open space, proposed pond area, and if that were to change, it would have to come back. The map on the left is the location, shows it's the west corner of Nightbox and 220. As you can see, the AR is the green. The yellow is a PUD, which is the residential neighborhood by it, and the rose color is also residential. The map on the right shows the proposed rezoning to the PUD, to PCD. The map on the left is our notification boundary map and an example of the sign for the meeting. With the PCD, there is a site plan that's required to be submitted and adopted as part of the ordinance, and this commits the design to essentially this plan. So they're showing approximately 8,000 square foot convenience store with gas pumps and a single tunnel car wash. With the PCD, they have written the permitted uses, which include the commercial sales and service associated with the convenience store. All the uses that are part of the BA zoning district. So originally the application was for BB2, which is more of a general commercial district. That also allows you to go back and apply the lighter commercial uses in the BA zoning district. It refers back, so they've included that as well. It would also allow for retail sales of beer and wine, motor fuel sales, car wash facilities, and then your traditional lottery ticket sales, things that you also have in a convenience store. It also would allow for outdoor seating in a patio area with no amplified music outdoors. They've specifically stated the prohibited uses. Adult entertainment would not be permitted, nor would mini warehouse, land clearing, debris disposal facilities, or anything that would create obnoxious noise, etc. The PCD standard has included lighting standards to mean that they can't have anything greater than a half-foot candle at the property line. It would include full cutoff fixtures, and both of these measures are to direct lighting away from the adjacent property as well as the road, so that there's no trespass. They have included the 8-foot masonry wall, which was part of the discussion back in April. And the masonry wall would be to the west of, I can show you the site plan again, it would be from the west of the car wash and extending all the way to the east property line over at Nightbox, which was what was discussed in April. No materials, garbage containers would be located within 30 feet of the adjacent residential. And any changes to the site plan or the written text would require that the applicant would have to come back before you again for that change. So staff finds that this rezoning application meets the criteria for rezoning. On June 2nd, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this application. And on June 1st, the Oakleaf Brandon Ridge CAC voted 6-0 to recommend approval. They did offer a further comment of recommending that the proposed wall include some sound buffering aspect, possibly filling the voids or something to help buffer the sound from the adjacent residential. And the applicant is here, or the agent is here, if you have any questions.
Do you have anything you want to say? You good?
Good evening. I'm Jason Gabriel with Burr Foreman here on behalf of the applicant and the owner of the property, Daly's. And I'm here with Peter Ma from ETM, our head engineer. And I think that was a good, succinct report. This may be a bit of deja vu. We were here a couple months ago with the BB2 conventional rezoning, but you know, obviously it's very clear that the idea is to do a Daly's convenience store, some limited commercial with the gas station and car wash components. And if you recall, we had discussed some use limitations. We had discussed the masonry wall that would go from where the car wash is, sort of midpoint in the property, all the way to Nightbox, you know, heading east, 8 feet, within a broadened, wider northerly buffer, which we've also done and placed in the site plan. And I think the main, not to you know, underplay it, but the main consternation was how do we memorialize, you know, some of those features and extra buffers and use prohibitions and that sort of thing. And the idea was to secure all of that into a PCD. So if you recall, 2 months ago, we allowed time, you know, to work with staff, which we appreciate all the great work they put into it, and to get back to today, June 9th, with a memorialized package of all those items in there. And that I submit is what's before you. Obviously available for any questions you may have. I think we've hopefully put all the things that are important in there. And just as a reminder, this is the comprehensive plan, the future land use map for this property is commercial. The AR, the underlying zoning, needs to be brought in conformance with it. There was a PUD approved back in like 20 years ago or so, maybe a little more now, that allowed for, actually, just by way of context, up to 60,000 square feet of commercial institutional office and 55 single-family lots. This is obviously a very, very much condensed commercial type use being proposed here, and mind you, on a pretty big, sizable property, about 8 acres. And if you look at it, I mean, and I'm generalizing here, but really it's the easterly Nightbox side, 3 acres or so, probably less, that's going to be developed. The rest of it, the 5+ acres to the west, is pretty much either pond or passive use and not going to be developed. And if we ever did develop it, you had a site plan, obviously, that secures it and ties it down. And if we ever did try to develop it, we'd have to be before you with another major, you know, PCD to PCD rezoning or what have you. And so I just wanted to provide that as a little context. But with all that being said, we're obviously here for any questions, and your staff, once again, did a great job of reviewing the criteria. It meets all the criteria. Planning Commission was unanimous. Planning and Zoning Board was unanimous. And so was the CAC, and we respectfully ask for your approval. And we're here for any questions you may have.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, if anyone in the public would like to speak on this item, if you could stand in the middle so you could be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you all.
All right, so I have Denise Robertson to come first.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Denise Robertson, 3738 Bedford Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Boxwood Subdivision as the HOA President. I did come before you a couple of months ago. First, we'd like to thank the Planning Commission, the Clay County Board of Commissioners, the First Coast Energy LLP, and Mr. Gabriel for listening to our concerns and working with the community. We appreciate the decision to pursue a PUD rather than the conventional BB2 zoning that was originally requested. While we recognize these improvements, we still have concerns regarding the remaining 5.826 acres identified as open space and proposed pond. At last week's Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Gabriel stated that they are not building on this portion of the property. However, the site plan includes a full access entrance from County Road 220 leading into an area with no clearly defined future use. To residents, this creates uncertainty and appears to be a gray area. We respectfully request additional definition and clarification regarding the intended use of this parcel and how it will be protected from future development, inconsistent with what is being presented today. Finally, we ask the board to consider the language that's on page 10 of the document stating that this PUD shall have no time limitations or expiration of the uses and rights established within. We would appreciate clarification on how future changes or undeveloped portions of the property would be reviewed if circumstances change. I thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued commitment to balancing growth with the interests of existing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Lena?
Hello, my name is Helena Cormier. My address is on file. I just want to say thank you again for staff and for everyone that's been working with this project. I've been following this one and attended the CAC and the planning and zoning, and then of course here tonight before I leave for my CDD. And we thank y'all for hearing what the residents were saying about the blanket zoning and then being able to scale this one back. At the planning and zoning, there was some comments on that one, and they talked about possibly striking through where it says, there's some information about where it's silent that it would revert back to the BB2 zoning, and that became a question of weight. And they talked about maybe scaling it back to the BA zoning or something slightly more modest. So just as we're working through this one, obviously the time limits that have already been addressed. These are details that need to be ironed out, and I thank you again for this developer coming in here trying to do a PCD and having those definitions in there, and we do appreciate everything that's been going on and the consideration for this one. So thank you again, and we just look forward to seeing what does happen. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Bring it back to the board. Close the public hearing.
Commissioner, the ex parte disclosures,
Yeah,
please.
there we go. All right, has any commissioner had any ex parte communications on this matter that need to be disclosed? I did receive a call from, one of you. Which one? I'm not sure. Yeah, right, so, and we discussed, that you were bringing it back, so. All right, anybody else? All right, any questions, discussion, motion?
I have a question concerning that undeveloped piece of property. Do the prohibitions apply to that as well? Or
What do you
is
mean?
that part of the whole PCD?
It is. It's part of the acreage. And so the first step when a project comes into our staff to review is to verify the zoning and land use. And what we would do is pull up the PUD, the PCD here, and see what the map is indicating for that portion of the site. It says open space. Any project that is not open space, we would have to go back and have the applicant come back to you and amend the PCD to do a different use other than that open space.
So the concern, Ms. Robinson's concern about what could go in there will have to come back to us for future consideration.
Yes.
Thank you.
One other question I have is, Beth, you showed the list of uses that they've struck. What's left? So in terms of there was a list of what they cannot put on the parcel. What can they still put on the parcel?
So they could put any of those permitted uses, the BA2, I'm sorry, the convenience store. But then they could put things like retail stores, antique artists, bait and tackle, bakery. They're really more small scale commercial, neighborhood type commercial, clothing store, fruit and vegetable retail, dry cleaners, meat markets, office supplies, travel agencies.
No medical?
Thanks. Bank and financial, I'm looking for medical. No, I am not seeing medical.
Okay. I definitely think this parcel is gonna be commercial. I mean, no one's gonna, that's when when 220 opens, and we're trying to get it open as quick as we can. That's a very busy area, so there's not gonna be a house on that corner. And I appreciate the fact that they've put the 8-foot wall, and then also if they wanna do anything differently, they'd have to come back to us, so that's a good thing, so.
What about the time limit, Ms. Robertson asked about?
So the way the PCD would work with our code is that they have a time period to present the final site plan, and then they would have to develop it. If they did not develop, like we have other PCDs that have long since passed their time period to develop, if they wanted to do anything different than what the PCD is adopted, let's say the property was sold to someone else, that zoning carries with the land. If that new owner wanted to do something other than the open space and the convenience store, they also would have to come in and amend the PCD to change it to whatever they wanted to do.
So how long do they have to develop it?
Gosh, offhand, I don't know. I think it's 3 or 4 years at the most.
What, just for reference, if
But
that,
it doesn't really go away. It just kind of goes dormant until it gets re-upped.
that answers my question.
Yeah,
My question for the developer is, I see a driveway to that piece of property. Is there an anticipated use or a near-term use that we know of, we should know of?
No, sir, and Jason Gabriel with Burr Foreman. No, there is that access there, but as you can see, it dead ends and then you hook to the right. There's nothing proposed there. It's a proposed open space. And if we ever did anything with that property other than open space, or the pond for that matter, that's just to the north, we'd have to come before you. So there's absolutely no use contemplated or thought of at the moment. But Peter, you wanted to?
Yeah, this is Peter Mawing, Win Timms and Miller. That access actually serves as resident in the back further north. There's an elderly woman that's leasing from First Coast Energy. There's a house that's further north.
Need to bring the mic up to your.
So there's a house further north that's off the screen, and there's a woman that's been leasing from First Coast Energy for some time, and she needs this access to get on 220. So
If you see that, so that, I don't know, curb cut's probably not the right term, but it leads to a road that's already existing there.
Oh, I see.
And that's for residential. There's nothing else.
You keep mentioning a pond. Why would you put a pond there?
No, the pond is, what I'm referring to,
Okay,
the pond is to
All
the right,
yeah,
to the east.
I see that one. I just
Yeah, yeah.
thought you.
No, there's no other pond.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
through the chair. My question, I think, is for Courtney. Is there any reversion language applicable here? I heard a question for that zoning language reverting back to what's being contemplated or what they currently have.
I think that's what Beth was addressing with respect to the timing to,
So in the
The
past,
dormant.
our PUD had some language that said it automatically reverted back, but that technically can't happen without an action by this board. That can't be done administratively. Zoning has to happen with your vote, so it can't be reverted back.
Okay.
Anyone else? Make a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second the motion.
A motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, 23, final public hearing to consider transmittal of comp 26-0012 with Beth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a transmittal hearing for this comp plan amendment. This is a staff-initiated amendment to create a Brandonfield institutional land use. And interestingly enough, Brandonfield encompasses 4 out of the 5 districts that you all have a little piece of Brandonfield, surprisingly, except for Commissioner Scrimolo. You all have a little piece. So when this was adopted back in 2003, there was a land use designated, actually, in this case, it was zoning. It's BFPUD for the whole Brandonfield master plan area, but there was land uses attributed. BF institutional was attributed on the map, but there was never any description as to what BF institutional meant. So there are 3 parcels that are currently mapped as BF institutional. The one on the left is the Florida Highway Patrol facility that's down there by Middleburg High School on County Road 220. The one in the middle is Clay County Utility Authority. They're at Tynes Boulevard and Old Jennings. And the one on the right is also Clay County Utility Authority. It's their administrative office on Old Jennings. So in order to add the descriptive portion of BF institutional, we have 2 changes to the policies. One is to add this to the list of uses that are permitted in Brandonfield. So you see it's added there. And the next part is to add the actual descriptive language. So the BF institutional land use category is characterized by public and semi-public community serving infrastructure and facilities. This includes land and buildings dedicated to public, semi-public, or nonprofit purposes that serve community, social, educational, health, cultural, or religious needs. BF institutional designation does not include commercial or industrial uses except in such cases where commercial uses are clearly subordinate to and incidental to the public uses. And then we are also adding a maximum floor area, which when you have land use categories, you have your intensity, which in this case would be 50% maximum floor area. So a question was raised as to where the language for this came from. Well, partly it came from research, as well as also looking at our current institutional land use category, which is in the main portion of our future land use element that applies to the areas outside of the Brandonfield master plan. So the proposed language is on the left, and the existing language that we have for institutional land use in the balance of the county is on the right. So you see it includes libraries, museums, police and fire. That's in your 3rd paragraph over on the right. Corrections facilities, public-owned facilities, schools, daycare, worship, and related facilities, park and recreation. So in the balance of the county, you would have a future land use of institutional, and then you would have either a PO, PS category. So your POs are your public ownership and your PS are your private ownership. And that's where we have the categories for the churches, the parks, all that comes into play with your POs. But in Brandonfield, because it's all one PUD zoning, the uses would be written into the land use designation of BF institutional. So the first step is actually to write the description for the land use. This gets transmitted to the state for their review, and then it will come back after 30 days and come back to you as a board. At that time, we will be bringing land development code language, which will give you specific standards for where churches can go, types of road that can be, or limitations on size, all that other specifics, as well as limitations on what uses. We were not including things like landfills and things like that at this time. So that will all come before you for consideration when the land use comes back from the state. So that's the second part of all this. And with that, staff recommends transmittal of this item to the state for review. And the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of Comp 2612. And the Oakleaf Brandon Ridge CAC reviewed this item at their June 1st meeting and voted 6-0 to recommend approval. And I do need to add that obviously this has been an inconsistency with our code since it was adopted in 2003. It has come to light because we have 2 now, smaller churches that own property in Brandonfield, and they do not have a land use category that they could actually develop it under. What they have now, they would have to go through a rezoning or actually a land use change, comp plan change, but there was no category for them to go to. With this change, they could then develop their properties. So, do you have any questions?
Okay, I'm gonna open up the public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this? Close public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Next is the public hearing on petition to close, vacate, and abandon Myrtle Boulevard between Maryland Avenue and Manhattan Avenue. With Richard Smith and Courtney.
Yes, we received an application to vacate this unopened right-of-way that, as you mentioned, is between Maryland Avenue and Manhattan Avenue. It is, Myrtle Boulevard was shown on the very old Fellowship Park plat, and the application was requested by the adjoining landowners, led by Mr. Carlson. I'm not sure if Mr. Carlson or any of the other adjoining landowners are present. Is that Mr. Carlson?
Is he?
Are you Mr. Carlson? No? Okay. So they filed the application, they've paid the fee, they obtained the consent from everyone, and they're just asking that it be vacated.
Okay. Any questions? Open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Close public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Number 25, first public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the acceptance, review, or approval of applications for land use amendments in the Clay County 2045 comp plan related to data center facilities in unincorporated Clay County. Courtney.
Yes, at the request of a few of the commissioners, we have prepared the proposed moratorium related to data centers. As indicated in the proposed ordinance, it's to allow staff the time to actually study the potential impacts that data centers would have within the unincorporated county. And then to move forward with any recommendations that would be needed for our land development code or comp plan and bring them back to you. This is the first of 2 hearings. It would not require a vote tonight. The second hearing will be at the June 23rd board meeting, and what it is requesting is a year moratorium on any applications or approvals in connection with the data center.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the attorney. Can we legally make it 2 or 3 years?
I would not move forward at that long. Obviously, if you need an extension, if we are not able to complete the study and complete all the code changes, then we could come back and ask for an extension at that time.
Anyone else?
I have a comment, and we alluded to it last meeting, and that's the regional council has picked this up as an agenda item with scheduled meetings to discuss with public and with experts. And I highly recommend we engage with them as well in this year-long study.
Yeah, they're assisting the Nassau County team. And the Nassau County public meetings have been, they are televised, and I've been watching them. As you all know, this is important to me, and so I've been watching their public meetings as much as I can, and it's been very interesting, the different professionals that have been coming out to present facts, and you'll hear one speaker present facts in one direction and then almost another speaker presenting different facts. And so there's a lot to take in, which I think is one of the reasons that I wanted this considered, because it's really a big undertaking, and my primary concern is the water. As you know, I live on the recharge area for the Florida Aquifer. We're all concerned about water, but there's more concerns than just that, and so I look forward to that. But certainly, I know we've all gotten a lot of emails. One of our biggest turnouts tonight. I would imagine a lot of them are here for that, but I don't know, so.
All right, no outbursts, please.
The differing of opinions, I think, centers around the definition of a data center. We are informed that there are data centers in the Jacksonville area already. But what type of data center are we talking about? What constitutes a data center? So we're trying to get our hands around that. You know, before we make a decision, we want to study it, so.
All right, yep, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to clarify, I mentioned it at the last board meeting, did speak with the county manager for Nassau County, and Marshall was deputy, and they're more than willing to share all the information with us and for us to work with them. I also introduced Troy and Sharice to him and staff there. So we will probably come back regularly as things progress to keep you all updated and to brief you all on the status of theirs and move forward on it. It was also a topic during the Florida City County Managers Association Symposium. Very, very well attended, as you can imagine, from a county manager in Mesa, Arizona, in that area of where they have a data center and the challenges that they've gone through. So it's really informative and learned a lot from it. And so I also brought back documentation. I put it on each one of your desks to give you an idea of a survey that they did nationwide. It was very, very interesting. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I do have one question for you on that. Was it you who told me, or was I reading it on the Mesa, that the town or the county, I don't think it was the county, the city, that they were really excited about bringing in, they thought this was great jobs, great tax base, and they said if they had it to do again, they would never do it. Was
Yeah,
that in the article that you gave us, or?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Yep.
I thought that was interesting. So if you have that article, read it, and certainly we can get you a copy to put in the backup.
Good. All right. I'm going to open up the public hearing. I have Bruce Jackson first.
Can I talk or do I have to pledge or?
No.
Okay. My name is Bruce Jackson. I'm born and raised in Jacksonville, Florida. I live at 4270 Pawnee Street in Jacksonville. I've been participating in the Nassau County workshops on data centers, and I commend Nassau County and I commend Clay County to taking a slow but informed decision. And I will tell you, and if you give me a moment, do I have 3 minutes? The data centers of old, I got in the data center vertical in 2006, when I sold the original Barnett Bank legacy data center in Jacksonville. The data centers of old used evaporative cooling, and they used very large amounts of water. The new data centers that host and run the GPU chips that run artificial intelligence that the world is quickly adopting, they're a totally different animal. They use closed loop cooling, and that is tremendously more efficient. It essentially works like your car's radiator. It takes a tank of water and then it continually reuses it, refilters, and continues to use it dramatically. And I gave hard copies out, and that's the same thing I presented yesterday at Nassau County at their workshop. But so unfortunately it's not electronic, but I can gladly send it to you. But data centers are coming. Florida, a few facts. Florida, we're now the third most populated state, 23.5 million people. Data centers need proximity to large populations. That's how it learns, and that's how we enjoy quick responses on our phones and our computers. It's low latency. Latency is the speed of data. We're also the most connected state for submarine cable landing stations. We have 2 in Jacksonville Beach, and there's a new one coming to Flagler Beach. There's going to be a Google Sol cable, the first of 6 coming from Spain. So Florida, we have the population and we have the connectivity. There are 8 primary old legacy data centers in Jacksonville. These are not hyperscalers. These are small legacy data centers. When you looked at a computer cabinet in the old days, that cabinet may run 5 to 8 kW of power. Now to run the modern chips that we all need, those can
clients, I have clients that need 60, 80, 100 to 150 kW power. So you have a quantum leap in power. Data centers now know they have to be good neighbors. They have to pay for their own utility upgrades. They cannot pass that on to the ratepayer. The end result was that we get a much more resilient and modern grid. Cooling, I have several, like a 400-acre cornfield will use less water, will use more water than a modern data center.
Great, thank you.
And the primary effect of data centers, for every one direct job, you'll have as many as 6 indirect jobs. And a modern data center may have 120 people, but they'll make a salary from $80,000 to $250,000. And one last example, Loudoun County, Virginia, which is Data Center Alley, their last year collected $749 million. It's 45% of their general revenue fund for Loudoun County.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate you. Will Williams is next. After that will be Gwen Turner.
Will Williams, my address is on file. I appreciate that we're considering this moratorium here. I like the idea of even 3 or 5 years to really study this, because we all hear a lot of the, like, it uses a ton of water, it uses a ton of electricity. We heard about that new facility out in Utah that's going to be like 62 square miles and generate 23 atomic bombs worth of heat every day. So while maybe there are some more efficient closed loop systems that reduce the water by about 70%, that's still a massive amount of water. I don't know about you all, but my electricity bill has gone up quite a bit. My consumption has not changed. And they've talked about how a lot of this is related to how many data centers are out there. There are already a dozen in Jacksonville. I think that we really should, somebody opened up the meeting earlier talking about the AI picture of a hurricane or a cyclone. I think we really should be thinking critically about draining our natural world to create this artificial stuff online. It's really great to have a cell phone in your hand. I grew up, we didn't even have them in high school, right? Like, it's nice to have all of this technology, but it's at what cost? I really think we should think critically about what it looks like to have data centers here in Clay County. None of this comes without a cost. And as you know, people get slicker about how they try to sell these things to us and try to convince us of what the actual costs are on our community. These data centers maybe create a little bit of construction jobs, but there's not a ton of jobs in our communities that these are going to create. But we're all going to end up paying the cost through our electric bills, through our water bills. When we figure out what these little heat islands are going to look like in our what used to be green, forested, treed areas. Yeah, I mean, let's do 3 or 5 years.
Thank you. All right, sorry, we don't allow clapping, so please don't do it, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Gwen Turner, and my address is on file. I have a question about the self-generated power for the data center. Will the county require any data center to operate its own on-site power generation sufficient to serve its full load as a condition of its certificate of occupancy? What I'm wanting to know is, will that occur so that the cost of a new power infrastructure is never shifted onto us in Clay County who participate in Clay Electric or JEA ratepayers? It is a question.
We don't answer, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is Bruce Reynolds. After that will be Valerie Weaver.
Hi, my name is Bruce Reynolds, 2923 Bobcat Court, Green Cove. As a retired environmental protection specialist,
I would like to share with you my concerns about data centers. Water. For perspective, Clay County currently uses around 30 million gallons of water per day, about half from Clay County Utility Authority and the rest from private wells, irrigation systems, and commercial industrial businesses. CCUA draws a little over 14 million gallons per day, but they are permitted to draw up to 31 million gallons per day. Data centers, depending on size, can use between 0.5 million and 5 million gallons per day. AI training hubs with multiple buildings can use 5 to 10 million gallons per day. Some data centers buy water from local utilities, but in rural areas, they often seek permits to install wells and tap into the same aquifers that the utilities use and that private wells use. Private wells can dry up, or the aquifer can drop enough that sediments can enter drinking water supplies and impact private wells. Negative impacts have certainly been in the news lately. Newton County, Georgia, southeast of Atlanta. Fayetteville, Georgia, south of Atlanta. In Oregon, in March of this year, a class action lawsuit resulted in a $20.5 million settlement with Amazon Data Services over alleged nitrate groundwater contamination. Electricity. Data centers also consume huge amounts of electricity, often stressing existing capacity, causing power shortages and driving up costs. Sometimes there is a multi-year wait while power companies acquire right-of-way and construct new transmission lines. A 2023 estimate was that data centers in the U.S. resulted in about 105 million metric tons of carbon emissions. That much carbon puts harmful pollutants into local communities. Data centers need emergency power backup. Usually that's massive diesel generators that emit copious amounts of air pollution every time they run. And they don't run only in emergencies. These backup generators must be started up and run on a regular basis to ensure proper operation and adequate readiness. There are also financial risks, especially if a data center ends up downsized or shut down. That can happen if new chip and computer technology reduces the infrastructure needs, or data centers become underutilized, succumbing to competition. If that happens, then the county has to deal with overbuilding public infrastructure based on projected private demand that either doesn't materialize or later declines. It is difficult, it's a real challenge to try to distinguish between what is supported by engineering and environmental science and what is primary marketing messaging. Science versus sales pitch. So to me, a moratorium makes great sense. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you clap, we have the deputies here for you, okay? Thank you. Yes. It is our rules in here. We're on the same team, ma'am, please.
Hi, my name is Valeria Weaver. I'm at 3371 Citation Drive in Green Cove Springs, Florida. And I want to start off by saying I am a Clay County resident. I am a taxpayer. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I am a full-time employee. I actually took some PTO to be here, and that's how important something like this means to me. I also want to mention I'm someone who stands politically conservative Republican, and I say that not to bring politics into this nor trying to start anything, but I want to share that there's a lot of people here and we might vote differently, we might believe different things, but there's a lot of us that stand on the same ground when it comes to this topic. I also don't want to demonize nor condemn anyone that supports AI. I don't really care. Unfortunately, it's here to stay, but it doesn't need to be in Clay County. So I want to talk about nature a little bit. So Clay County, if all of us residents here, there's construction. It's rampant. It's insane. And there's animals. Literally, where do they go? There's deer, birds, rabbits, coyotes, foxes. And what do we see in the Facebook page? Like in the Facebook post, it's roadkill. If we keep building and building, where are they supposed to go? Because they're here to stay as well, they might not pay taxes, but they are residents of Clay County. And more construction, especially a data center, which probably will emit, dangerous, whatever it is. I'm no scientist. I don't trust it. And it's gonna hurt our natural fauna and our animals. I do want to mention the water. I understand it might not be a huge substantial amount of water, but we do have Niagara Bottling LLC. I drive by it almost every single day when I go to work. And let me see. So they are located in Middleburg, and they are pumping almost 1 million gallons a day water from Florida. So I'm not sure if they pull it directly from our own water supply, but they're here. We don't need even more strain. We just got out of a drought. We dealt with a lot of fire. Um, I do want to briefly read this published article from a student at Gerard R. Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan. It's an article he titled, "What Happens When Data Centers Come to Town?" And he writes, "This massive electricity demand is matched by equally staggering water consumption, as cooling these power-hungry facilities requires vast amount of water. Some individual data centers use hundreds of millions of gallons annually, dwarfing the usage of entire communities the data centers are within." Obviously, some are larger, some are smaller, but it is something to consider. This is an agricultural community as well. We need to be supporting our farmers. We need to be supporting our local land that we do have and respecting it. And I know I'm about to be done. I do want to mention that today Jackson County Commissioners did permanently ban AI data centers to be made, and that was passed today. And I know if they can do it, you guys can too. So stand for ours. We're all neighbors, and I appreciate for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. I'll go on to Amber Crosby, and then I have Shia Russell Marcies after.
Hi, my name is Amber Crosby. I'm a Middleburg native. My family has lived off Brandon Field since the 60s. Is it okay if I hand over a couple of pictures?
Did you say your address?
4381 Saddlehorn Trail, Middleburg, Florida.
Thank you.
So these are pictures I took myself. Some of them are 2 years apart. One of them is 5 months apart. This is North Fork Black Creek. It runs from Camp Blanding through Clay Hill, Jennings State Forest, Middleburg, Lake Asbury, and eventually into the St. Johns River. If we dry up these creeks and there's no freshwater pressure to keep the Black Creek from moving up the Black Creek, it's not going to be spring fed anymore. It's going to be fed by the St. Johns River, which is brackish water. You're going to change the whole ecosystem for a whole stretch of a creek for a data center. Seems a little unimportant to me. This creek, I've been going to it my whole life. I've never seen it in this condition, and I take my kids there every summer. I took them there the other day, and I wouldn't even let them get in the water. It is stagnant puddles where it should be feet, like 10, 15 feet deep. You can't even get in that water safely right now. And if we add a data center to the mix, that is going to be significantly worse. And really, that's like my biggest argument right here, because everybody else is covering a lot of issues. I have pictures that I've taken myself. That's not AI. That is me with my own phone. That's real. It's heartbreaking. Please, please protect us. Find a more permanent solution than just 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Shia Russell Marcies, and then we have Nicole Hayden next.
Hello, my name is Aisha Russell Marcies. I live at 1699 Shed Road, and today we are here to discuss these AI data centers. And firstly, I want to bring up a few facts from the Environmental and Energy Study Institute. A medium-sized data center can consume up to roughly 110 million gallons of water per year for cooling purposes. Larger data centers can drink up to 5 million gallons per day, or about 1.8 billion annually. Together, the nation's 5,426 data centers consume billions of gallons of water annually. One report estimated that the U.S. data centers consume 449 million gallons of water per day and 163.7 billion gallons annually. as of 2021. Now, this study was conducted in June 25th, 2025. Commissioners, I stand here tonight asking you to pass this. Please go outside and look at this beautiful ecosystem that we have. From wetlands to beaches, it's alive in ways that we can't even see, but we have to feel through our soul. We want this in the future, right? You see, this year I have experienced the worst drought in my entire life. I used to be able to go into my backyard's pond and fish with my cousins and my friends while watching the rest of the wildlife look beautiful and alive. Now my pond is almost completely dried up, there's barely any fish left, and it's so sad, everything looks dry, and it's honestly depressing to look at now. And I think it's fair to say that this probably isn't too different from the rest of our county and how the rest of us are feeling. Now, going back to those statistics I brought up, will these data centers help us out whenever we're already having a drained ecosystem? Now, building some soulless data centers is not going to help our wildlife and the ecosystem that we have a duty to protect. Commissioners, I have come up here before on other topics in my area, and you guys stated that you couldn't do anything about it, that the progress was coming, and that was the earlier generation's commissioners, that you guys weren't to blame. But now I ask you, make a change in my life and yours, because the way that we have been headed as a county and as a state, the beautiful, lush Florida that you know and love will dry up right in front of your very own eyes. Vote in favor of this. You must protect your present to save my future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Marcy's. Nicole Hayden, and then we have Ryan Marcy's. I think she was outside the door.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Hayden, and I want to thank you for putting forward this 12-month temporary moratorium.
Could you
Pausing to
state your
protect.
address? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Could you state your address?
Oh, sorry, 1703 Poplar Drive, Orange Park.
Thank you.
Pausing to protect our community is absolutely the right move, and it aligns perfectly with the intent of Florida Senate Bill 484, which DeSantis just signed into law to shield our state from the severe utility and infrastructure strains of hyperscale data centers. As you use this year to update our land development codes, we need to ensure our permanent regulations protect our resources so heavily that data centers look elsewhere. I have a detailed list of standard recommendations for the official record, but I want to explicitly highlight some critical items tonight. First, transparency. Under Senate Bill 484, we must establish a strict local policy banning non-disclosure agreements. No tech companies should be allowed to hide behind corporate pseudonyms while negotiating for our resources. Second, water and aquifers. Our own St. Johns River Water Management District and the Florida Legislature have published reports warning that our region faces severe groundwater shortages over the next 20 years. The data shows that the Florida aquifer cannot sustain this kind of massive industrial strain without destroying our local wetlands. We must completely ban groundwater withdrawal from the aquifer for data center cooling. Third, local flooding. We have sensitive wetlands all along our county, running directly behind our residents' homes. We must mandate a strict zero net runoff standard so these massive industrial footprints do not flood our backyards. Fourth, noise and power. Data centers produce a nonstop low-frequency bass hum. We must cap noise limits using strict DBC metrics so it doesn't destroy our peace and ensure public utilities legally isolate 100% of grid expansion cost to the developer so our residents' utility rates don't skyrocket. The temporary moratorium is a vital first step. These arguments are not just emotional, they are structural realities. I advocate my county to use its legal regulatory power to say if you want to build here, you must prove you will not destroy our water, spike our utility rates, or keep us in the dark. By setting the bar high, you will ensure local families and natural resources come before big tech. And I also welcome the opportunity to assist county staff with research during this period to sit on citizen advisory boards if one does become formed. And I do have.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Sheriff, for your help. All right, so we have Ryan Marcy's next, and then we have Mary Jo Griffin after that. You're good?
He's waving in support.
Okay. Mary Jo Griffin? And then after that, Harold Knowles.
Hi, my name is Mary Jo Griffin, and my address is on record. First of all, I would like you to change on my card from against to for. I misread the statement. One of the things that, I've listened to a lot of what people have to say, and I agree with everything about saving our community. And one of the things is that, somebody mentioned the amount of money that it would bring to our community, and in the face of maybe losing money through property taxes in the future, it would be thought of as a good alternative. But from everything that I can see, the disadvantages far outweigh any possible financial gain that we would get. And in the long run, I think it would be a financial disaster because what it would do to our environment and what it would do to, until the industry can come up with a more self-sufficient way of powering itself and not using the very vital resources that we have, and they're not endless. There's a small supply. So I fully agree with what you're doing, and as others have said, I wouldn't mind if you went a little farther and made sure that it got updated way before it runs out. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, I have Harold Knowles and then Denise Young.
I'm Harold Knowles, 2098 Knowles Road. We've already covered the water issue. It is a big issue. Closed loop, open loop system. The heat's got to go somewhere. If it's a closed loop system, it's still going to be putting off a lot of heat. That's going to change a lot of things. There's a lot of money in these data centers. If there's that much money for them, let's put them on some waterfront on the river. Seminole Power takes water out of the river, uses it for cooling. I apologize. Uses it for cooling, returns it to the river. This could do the same thing. We built an LNG plant up in Maryland on a 50-acre site in a residential neighborhood. They had a 30-foot sound wall that helped control the noise. If we put them on the waterfront, they ought to be taxed just like anybody else on the waterfront. If this makes a lot of money, hey, we got it. Let's go first class with it. As far as the power consumption, they should be required to have their own power plant. We had availability of natural gas, nuclear. I worked in a lot of nuclear power plants. They have a small nuke out there to sell power to the community to help with some of the stuff. They're always going to give you the sales pitch, just like everybody else. They talk about traffic, intersection, all that's going to be great, but they don't talk about how many accidents are at that intersection. I'd like to see when we study this, some people from the trades that understand these open loop systems, closed loop systems, be in on it from somewheres. So we do have some expertise on it. We can ask for an extension. Who would say no if we ask for an extension? Is my question. If we're just going to go for a year, I'd rather go for a 5-year and only need a year. It would be 4 years ahead of schedule. That'd be great. And that's the other thing. My phone runs plenty fast. I don't care if it knows what kind of ice cream I want tonight. We work out of town and fields and stuff. Sometimes we don't even have phone service. That's a damn nice thing.
All right, Denise Young. Here.
Denise Young, 2509 Tall Cedars, Fleming Island. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Things have already been covered. I will say, with all due respect, that data centers knowing what they're supposed to do and data centers doing what they're supposed to do are not necessarily one and the same thing. A recently published article indicated that data centers now rank number 1 for the least desirable neighbor. So they've replaced nuclear power plants as the least desirable neighbor. And then the third point I wanted to just touch on is that the Keystone Heights CRA presentation was awesome, and they showcased a lot of great ideas for the future for that town. But what's going to happen when we bring in data centers? No one wants to live there. You've negatively impacted the quality of life, the environment, property values. So I just beg the board to look beyond the initial revenue stream and look long-term, the quality of life. That's what a lot of us brought, why a lot of us came to Green Cove and the area. My family hasn't lived here for 200 years like that other person said. We're newbies. We've only been here about 20 years. But we left Jacksonville for a reason. We came to Clay County for a reason. And I don't want to see that reason destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have some first public comment people. I'm assuming you may want to talk for this. I have Trevor Water. Do you want to wait, or is this for this item? Trevor Water? Okay. Michael, no glasses. Michael Beatty. Oh, nope. Never mind. Elena's already gone. Raghu Mertney. This in regard to data centers? Oh, okay, no, yeah, you'll wait, sorry. Desiree Allen, are you for this? Want to speak to this? I'm sorry? Okay. Marcia Garcia, is that regarding this? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for holding this meeting tonight and allowing us to speak. My name is Marcia Garcia. My address is on file. And as the previous speaker said, I don't want to rehash what's already been said, but as our elected leaders, I think it's important that you vote and lead us in a way that is based on knowledge, not fear. I think it's important to resist the temptation to oppose data centers just because it has become fashionable in the last few months to oppose them. I think it's very important that we look at the facts. I have no problem with taking time to evaluate how a data center might impact our community. My main purpose tonight is to encourage you all to modify your ordinance to allow for the application and review of applications for data centers. I don't know how we can move forward with evaluating how we may be impacted by a data center if we don't know what type of data center may want to reside here. I think if we have the opportunity for people to apply, if anyone has any interest, I know we don't have any applications, I don't believe we do, but if anybody has that interest to apply, I think they should be allowed to apply. And that will give you the opportunity to actually investigate what type of data center may want to reside in Clay County, what their needs would be. I think it's important to remind you that as our county commissioners, you all have the power to determine whether a data center is allowed to build here. You have the power to require them to produce their own power. We have a new law in Florida that requires them to not pass their costs on to us. And I think it's important that we not look back on old data of tremendous water usage and tremendous electrical impact. Instead of be forward-looking. If we have applications, we can talk to those engineers, see what their requirements are, talk to our own engineers, see how we can require them to meet the needs. Data centers can be good neighbors, and we should not off the cuff oppose them. 12 months is plenty of time for us to review what's been out there, what modern data centers are doing, and find a way for data centers to be part of our community. People are using AI in their daily lives now without realizing it. The space race is important. Our medical research is important. If we have a NIMBY attitude about data centers, it's just like a NIMBY attitude about affordable housing. Everybody thinks it's wanted. It is needed. They are needed, but nobody wants it in their backyard. I think as our commissioners, we can trust you all to find a way that we can make data centers work in our county. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rich Klinsman, are you wanting to speak on this or another, are you wanting to speak on this or another on a public comment?
This is what I wanted to speak on, but I didn't anticipate being here this long, so. Rich Klinsman, 1985, Temecula Trail, Middleburg. So a lot of people have brought up the same concerns I have, especially with the water. We've been saddled with a lot of really horrible decisions made by previous boards of county commissioners, and we're stuck with them. We have out of control growth. I mean, how low is your IQ got to be to put 400 or 500 housing developments on 2-lane roads? Really? Somebody needs a thorough psychiatric examination or at least a lobotomy so they can't do anything else. As far as data centers, which is what I really came here to talk about, I am dead set against this for the reasons that have been noted, especially with the water. Closed loop sounds good. I spent my adult life working in the paper industry, and I went to every paper mill that we dealt with, and it had to be 40, 50 of them. Some of them had closed loop systems to save on water and to cool, but they're not permanent. And when that water has to be changed, it has to be dispensed out, who knows where it's going to go, and all fresh water has to come in again for whatever time it takes before it's got to be replaced. That's a fact. As far as what the data center can do in supporting people's cell phones, I'm not a cell phone addict. My sister is, but I think having something like that and what it's going to cost us just so somebody can look at cat videos on their phone is ridiculous. Cat videos should be looked at on your computer, which is why the internet was invented. You know, let's not lose sight of history. And there's probably so much more I could ramble on about, but yeah, what I've read is it's just an environmental nightmare that we really shouldn't have this. I would much rather have our wildlife safer, which is why my backyard is a wildlife refuge. I've got raccoons, I've got armadillos, I've got possums, and cats. So it's I would also like to mention that it would have been nice if our failed Charter Review Commission had taken something like this under advisement and put an amendment on to vote to never have data centers in this county. And that would have taken a lot of this out of the way. So temporary, don't go temporary, go positive. 10 years minimum. That way, when we can go and look at and get a charter review commission with people with measurable IQs, they can put it up for a ballot. And I
Thank you,
think
Mr.
it would
Klinsman.
pass. So, yeah,
Thank you so
pardon me
much.
for going over, but thank you for letting me do this.
Very
Now
good.
I'm going home.
Was
to
there anyone else?
Celebrate Donald Duck's birthday with a glass of milk.
Anyone else? You can after. Go ahead. You come on up. We appreciate you coming. It's awesome.
Well, I appreciate you all hearing us out. I know it's not easy listening to everybody, but. All right, so again, we've kind of hit on some topics already, so I'll just kind of go through my list. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just last night, our neighbors in Nassau County listened to their
We know what you mean.
their constituents and voted to pass a data center moratorium. Clay County must show the same leadership. I'm here today to urge you to vote yes on this 12-month moratorium. We know about the noise, strain on our energy grid, and overdevelopment of water-absorbing wetlands and massive water consumption. So I'd like to take a moment and share some other facts. Florida's aquifer supplies roughly 90% of the state's drinking water and is already under immense stress. Massive groundwater withdrawal lowers the pressure in the aquifer, which is the primary trigger for sinkhole formation. While companies market closed-loop systems, they often fail to mention that these systems require continuous makeup water to account for system leaks, maintenance discharges, and incidental evaporation. In reality, 75 to 90% of data centers rely on water-based cooling as their primary method. The standard for these is open-loop evaporative cooling, which burns off massive quantities of water into the atmosphere rather than returning it to the local watershed. As water evaporates in these cooling systems, dissolved minerals and chemical treatments become highly concentrated. Discharging this wastewater can create downstream environmental hazards for local rivers and municipal treatment plants, which we already deal with. Florida's persistent high humidity significantly lowers the efficacy of standard evaporative cooling. And the humidity's not going anywhere here, obviously. A comprehensive review of over 1,200 US facilities reveals that even the largest hyperscale centers only employ 25 to 150 permanent workers once construction finishes. The generators alone that actually keep everything running 24/7 and the backup generators emit 200 to 600 times more nitrogen oxides than natural gas plants, degrading local air quality. And to mention SB 484 again, it explicitly states the local county and city commission retains complete authority over zoning, comprehensive planning, and land development regulations. So I'll just skip that, and I just wanted to mention everyone to look up also SB 1118, because it is also directly tied to this, and it was actually hidden in the bill as well. And it actually, you guys should read into that, I guess. We'll save time. I just have a couple questions for you guys really quick, and then I'll finish. I would like these questions to be answered, obviously not today, but just on public record. Why should Clay County take on this risk and strain? Will this council require a public, legally binding guarantee of the exact daily gallon count of this makeup water? Where is this toxic blowdown water being discharged? And can our municipal water plant safely handle this water? Data centers pull the most water on hot summer days during seasonal droughts. When the aquifer drops in July, who gets priority, the servers or the people? Thank you.
Ma'am, could you give us your name?
My name is Emily, and my address is on file with you guys. Thank
What's your last name?
I don't think your address is on file. You haven't spoken before.
All right, we're gonna get her a card. And you can give it to the deputy. All right, anyone else? Okay.
My name is David Napier. I live at 5499 Woodchuck Drive, and I don't feel comfortable with these data centers coming into our town either, taking up our resources. And I keep seeing things online about commissioners getting kickbacks, and that's what those NDAs are for. And so I don't think y'all should be signing any NDAs to keep anything secret. I think you should keep it public to everyone. We need to figure out what's really going on because we have a lot of corruption in our government at the highest levels right now. And I think everybody is a little bit concerned about what's going on in this country. We need to figure out what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on. And these data centers coming out of nowhere with this flock system that y'all have. I mean, what's really going on? That's what we got to ask it. All right, thank you for your time. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. You can fill out a card also, please. Anyone else?
I got a card. I didn't turn it in yet. My name's Troy Cahoon. I live on 3402 Humphrey Street. Been a resident for about 4 years now. I don't need the whole 2 minutes. I just wanted to ask, how do we want Green Cove to be like represented? Do we want to be a place where families are going to grow up, or is it going to be a place where tech companies can come and play Monopoly with our lives? Like, it comes down to just quality of life in general for our people. And that's what I need you all to think about.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Filled out a card, but I'm happy to do so. I'm Megan Dorsey, and I'm at 2026 Denton Trace in Green Cove. I echo what a lot of people have said tonight, but one thing that hasn't been addressed is actually fertility. So there are studies that are coming out showing that farms that are coming up next to data centers, they're having, like, cows are not able to calve for 2 years they're having right now. And so I have questions about fertility issues that might be with our animals, but even with people. So there is so much beyond even like the resources with water and electricity. And there's so much research that needs to be done. I support a moratorium, but I wonder if we don't need it to be longer because of the, I don't know that a year is long enough to actually really study the data that's coming out from other areas. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? All right, I'll close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, may I just make one comment? I just wanted to kind of put the mind of the public at ease. So I was the commissioner who asked that this be even considered. I asked that it be like Nassau County's. And the reason that I did it isn't because Clay County's been approached. We have not. That's one of the reasons that we can consider the moratorium. We have not had an application for a data center. But one of the concerns was that our land development code is completely silent on this, and a number of you touched on that as well. So I just wanted to put you at ease. We are not considering a data center. We've not been approached about one at all. So I just didn't want there to be that thought in the public that we are considering saying yes to a data center. We actually want to make sure that we put the guardrails on. We've recently had some other rezonings in our county that didn't fall within any category. You kind of heard Beth, our director of planning and zoning, say tonight we had another situation where a business really, or churches really didn't fall into any category in their particular area. So we're trying to address some of those things before they become issues. So just wanted to kind of put your mind at ease. We won't vote on it tonight. We'll vote at our next meeting, but I do appreciate the public input, and Madam Chair, thank you.
Madam Chair. I just have a couple of comments. First, I hear you loud and clear, very loud and clear. One of the things that I'm most proud of being a resident in this county is that you, the citizenry of Clay County, voted to raise your own taxes last election cycle with a conservation amendment at over 70%, which in an election is wild. That's how much we as a community care about our environment. So that's huge. So I hear you loud and clear. The thing that I have, and I have a question for the attorney. Number one, thank you, Commissioner Condon, for bringing this up. I'm pretty active online, probably more than most, with the nature of work that I do outside of the commission. I had seen something, but not nearly to this magnitude, and obviously it is a very big deal. So the fact that you kind of brought this up is huge, so we can speak to it. One of the things that I learned in 2 years of, I guess 2 years now of being a commissioner is there are things that we cannot prevent, that we as a commission cannot prevent. One of the things I learned is like medicinal marijuana. There are certain times, correct, Courtney, where we as a commission cannot ban a medicinal marijuana facility. Is that correct?
Yes, in
Okay.
certain areas.
Yeah, yeah. So, and that was something that I thought when I got into office, like, I don't want those. I have 2 young children. I'm not a fan of them. I don't want them in Clay County. But legally, there's only so much we can do in certain scenarios. Someone tonight mentioned that Jackson County banned data centers. Courtney, I'm asking you, how do you do that? Like, is that legal? How do you do that?
I made a note to contact that county attorney as well. I've already looked him up. I will discuss it as well as with the Florida Association of Counties.
Okay.
I'm not sure that you can, but I will certainly look into it.
Sure, sure. And I mean, and I think, I think tonight everyone made a lot of very valid points. I go back to just because you can doesn't mean you should. In terms of the juice is not worth the squeeze, in my opinion, with these data centers. It's just not. There's way too many unknowns, and water. You've made some great points. I mean, we're in one of the worst droughts that we've been in a very, very long time. So protecting those resources is important. So Courtney, if with consensus, I would like the menu of options that we have as a commission, if should we choose to have a vote to ban them, what that looks like.
And I do have a follow-up question. One of the constituents mentioned Senate Bill 118 and that there is something in Senate Bill 118. I'm looking at that, and that's in connection with recreational vehicle parks. Okay, all right.
All right, we good? Any other discussion?
Yeah, I will. So I first and foremost want to say thank you to everybody who came out to share the crux of your concerns, because that's what's most important to me. In light of that, I think it's critically important that we are working with current relevant data. And so I have to say that water consumption, electric specifically, has been what I'm hearing. And the data centers that have already been constructed that you're all referencing, those early data centers took major economic impacts. And that's really what you're talking about. And so as a millennial, one of the things that I've noticed about my generation is that things change very quickly. We have to adapt with the times because it's a byproduct of the world we live in. And those closed loop systems, specifically the air cooling systems, which are different from a lot of the things that have happened early, are a byproduct of how quickly the private sector has to change to address the negative environmental impacts that have taken place. And so when I think about what's being asked of us, I remember when Commissioner Condon and Commissioner Renninger came back and were sharing about the conversation at the Regional Council and what Nassau is facing. I realized that if we were to move in the same direction, what we would be doing is foreclosing the conversation without any information about who would want to come in. And I remember just off the cuff asking, well, that interferes with my job as a commissioner. Off the cuff, that was my first response. And so then I started to really think this through. And here's what's most concerning to me. And I'm more of a macro person. I'm not a micro person. I have a great staff here at the county. And in my professional life, I rely a lot on my team to inform me. And one of the things that I'm good at is big picture. And so what has transpired over the last several weeks and couple of months here on the commission is a number of things. So first and foremost, not too long ago, we had the Economic Development Corporation CEO, Crawford Powell, come here and share with us about what's happening, what's changing here in Clay County. And one of the things that he presented to us but was not highlighted on this board was that Clay County is facing a plus 4% unemployment rate here and climbing. And that is a reality here in Clay County. The other thing that came up that was very interesting is that the data centers, I think somebody even brought it up in their conversation today, was I think the projection from their quotes and some of the things that I've seen online in my research is that they bring permanent roughly 25 to 100, depending on the nature of that data center, 25 to 100 jobs here to Clay County. And I know that what I'm saying is very difficult to talk about in light of the conversations and the sentiment in the room tonight. But what gives me the most pause is if I were to make an uninformed decision, or worse, predicate my decision moving forward on information that is no longer applicable today, because we would not be making a stride without the information that the previous data centers had to venture out and figure. I mean, you all, I think reasonable minds can agree that the first in line is going to suffer a lot of consequences just by merit of being first. I can tell you in my personal life, I was having this conversation with my father this afternoon, and he said, Alexandra, the firstborn often takes the hardest hit, and I'm the firstborn in my family. And so I know what it's like. They learned a lot with the firstborn. In the same way here, a lot of data centers have gone before us, and we have a real opportunity to address the gap in our LDC, our Land Development Code, without foreclosing the conversation about which data centers can actually come to Clay County. And let me just say this, they would not be the first data center to be in Clay County. I can tell you that we already have. And so it would be a misrepresentation on my part to not inform you that this isn't something that would be being brought to Clay. And then another thing that hasn't really been brought up tonight, at least directly, is that the conversations that are happening about data centers, there are good data centers and there are bad data centers. And the ones that are actually beneficial have taken on the concerns that you all have been talking about and being great community partners. I was having this same conversation with our county staff, and I wanted to know, because this is a hot button topic, what are we looking at here? And one of the things that I was informed very quickly is that in Clay County, we have a high barrier of entry, because the data centers that you're talking about, that you're looking at in other parts of the state and other parts of the country, have a primary electric source. And we have a resource, her name is Carol Saviak with Florida Power and Light, who has been very clear about what the likelihood of a major data center coming to Clay County would be like. This is infrastructure that Clay County doesn't even have. So when we're talking about bringing something like that here, it's almost like it's the likelihood of something as large scale as what concerns you has not yet been identified. And so it's problematic for me then to deal in hypotheticals with what we do know. And so here's the last piece that I think helps inform the way my mind is starting to form about this, is not only are we talking about 4% unemployment here in Clay County, not only are we talking about data centers and how they could potentially mitigate that concern. This morning at 9 o'clock, we had to have a conversation about budget impacts. And I know that that's kind of been part of the conversation that has come up as the pro versus the con, and whether the con outweighs the pro. And so I figured that was probably what was going to be the nature of our conversation here tonight. And one thing, and I know that you are all hardworking people, so maybe you didn't get to see the workshop details this morning, but currently the county is facing a $50 million deficit for the next budget. That does not have any impact, that is not a byproduct of the tax initiative, the property tax initiative that will be on the ballot in November. Completely separate. Completely separate. So as it stands right now, we're looking at a $50 million deficit. When we're talking about having data center partners, the good ones, and I do mean the good ones, what I'm asking for is this opportunity for us, not just the commission, but for us and the community to have a conversation in the open about what actually works here. Because when we were talking about, I think it was Commissioner Condon who brought up that we've had gaps in our LDC that we have recently had to fix. What happened was the community brought that concern to us and said, hey, we're just trying to figure this out. Same thing tonight when the church is brought to our attention, hey, we've got this land, but we don't know really how we're gonna be able to develop it. Can you help us out? It was the same construct. Hey, you do not have any language to address this. Can you give us some help? That same development, all of this is happening at the same time. We have an opportunity to seize the moment and do what is best for Clay County together. And so when we talk about the financial impact of data centers in Clay County, and no, not in Clay County, around in our neighboring states, one of the things that came up was that individual data centers generate between $20 and $30 million more in annual property taxes. In annual property taxes. In Georgia, annually, they bring in $28 million in their counties. Loudoun County, which has been very popular in the news about data centers, $900 million from data centers just last year, and that nearly matched their county's entire operating budget. Amazon and Google have been named as good partners to have, and Amazon generated $460 million in ad valorem taxes and fees for its data centers across 3 Virginia counties. So I understand that this isn't a popular conversation, but what is invariably the situation here is that we're not just talking about Clay County. Data centers are a national reality. And the reason why they're a national reality is because it's not just America that's facing concerns. We're in a global crisis, and if we are micro in our objective, micro in our approach, then it could very well be too late. And listen, I'm not stranger to unpopular decisions. I'm okay with it. But what it boils down to is being able to see the forest from the trees and moving with the information that we have. And so I hate to call you out, but I do appreciate what you had to say, Ms. Garcia, because I think that we should be able to have an open conversation about what is coming to Clay County to help Clay County. And that is our job, our conversation to have. And I think that a lot of that information was also supported in this data centers presentation that you provided. I didn't get to read through it, but some of that information is consistent with what I've also had to find. So I do appreciate why this came forward, but I can't look at it in a vacuum. And frankly, 12 months in this industry, asking for 12 months, before you know it, these kind of changes that can help the infrastructure of a county, we don't have 12 months. We quite literally do not have 12 months. And I have to move with the fact, hey, my everyday life is dealing in facts. I have to make hard decisions every day in my professional life, and I have to bring a lot of that risk analysis and critical thinking to this too. And so I appreciate your feedback, and I think that that's what drives why I have to think this way. And so those are my observations. And of course, we're not casting a vote tonight, but if you have any information and would like to change the trajectory of my thoughts, please, you have my phone number, it's listed. You have my email address, it's listed on the county website. I welcome the conversation, but I want us to have a conversation dealing with present facts, not what has gone before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right.
I have a few brief comments.
Okay.
Concerning closed-loop systems, I've lived a lot of my adult life on a nuclear aircraft carrier, and I lived within 80 feet of 2 nuclear reactors, and they are closed-loop and they are safe. So if we can develop AI systems with closed-loop systems, I think we're okay. I've heard it mentioned several times up here, Facebook, Amazon, cell phones, all those require data centers, okay? And if you haven't, my last comment is, if you haven't been reading the news lately, AI is gonna rule the world for the future. You're using it every day. So it's highly intensive of computer chips, and they're fighting on Wall Street all the time, who has a better chip. And one of the competitors is not in the United States, it's in China. So you're gonna use a data center. It just may be in China. So the question is, do you want your data to be stored in a Chinese storage facility? Or Spanish, or French, or whatever. So we hear you loud and clear. We don't sit in a vacuum up here. We're taking a measured approach to this. We're gonna try to study it and come up with a solution to a problem that we have in the county, i.e. we don't have any regulatory requirements or criteria for a data center to come into the center. And I'm gonna end with the fact that if you wanna accuse me of taking kickbacks, I wanna refer you to Sheriff Cook, okay? Because that's illegal. And I resent that wholeheartedly. I've spent my life representing the public, and for somebody to pull off the internet, off Facebook, that some person accuses us of taking kickbacks, well, I want to talk to you about it, okay? And it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. So, thank you very much.
Any other comments? All right, so that's the end of our 5 o'clock time certain. So that's going to bring us back to constitutional officers. Sheriff Cook was, I don't know if she's still around. We also got Clerk Green. Any comments? All right. We're good with constitutional officers, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Approval of minutes.
Good job.
I had both hands on the wheel. I was ready to roll.
All right, we'll go to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'll move a approval of the minutes from the May, whatever date that is, May 26th meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Yeah, the minutes, yeah.
First public comment.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, so this portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. At this time, the board will not engage in debate or answer questions. You may email askclay@claycountygov.com and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are to limit your comments to 3 minutes before addressing the board. Please state your name and address. I'd like to open up the first public comment period at today's meeting, and I have Trevor Water first.
Team's good. Yeah. Safer. It's good. It's good as written.
Hi, I'm Trevor Waters, 2380 Southeast 30th Street, Melrose. And I'm here on behalf of Keystone Youth Soccer Club, renewing the lease with Clay County. I'm here to let you know how important our program is to the community. Thank you, Chairman and County Commissioners, especially Betsy Condon, for their support. Keystone Youth Soccer Club has a large impact on the community and the youth with their families. I was part of the team in 1999 that broke ground on Twin Lakes with then Jack Brooker, head of Parks and Rec, the county commissioners, and I've seen it since 1999. The club started with 40 players in 2001. We had 2 teams, and we had to travel to Jacksonville for all our games. We have grown to 540 players and 41 teams. We have 2 seasons, fall and spring. We are an all-volunteer, affordable, recreational program, ages 4 to 18 in Keystone Heights. No travel teams, no paid coaches. We have 90 volunteer coaches and assistant coaches. All player and coaches are affiliated with the FYSA, Florida Youth Soccer Association. The coaches are all level 2 background checked and are safe sports and concussion trained. Twin Lakes Park and the soccer fields are where the children get together to make new friends while learning the soccer skill, teamwork, sportsmanship, and especially they have fun. And that's the whole point of doing the program, is for these kids to have fun doing something together. No child is turned away. Scholarships are given when needed. We are proud to be part of the team with Clay County Parks and Recreation. The club is grateful to Justin, David, Connor, and Eric for all their help and support with Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Michael Beatty next.
Hello, and thank you for your time, Commissioners. My name is Michael Beatty, 1907 Open Woods Road in Middleburg. I'm the treasurer of the Middleburg Association of Athletics, and I just want to speak on our lease renewal. MAA is an institution in our community, and it brings great joy to all the families that are involved and have a place to go most nights of the week. Being a coach for my son's 8U baseball team, I spend about 6 days a week there during season. And can just tell you that it brings great joy to everyone in the community. Going to school events with Wilkinson and Clay Hill being so close, seeing the kids in the community getting high fives really does bring great joy and a good community feel. Being a Clay County resident for 6 years now, very happy that I moved down here. We offer baseball, football, softball, and cheer year-round. We've just expanded our softball and football and cheer programs to have spring seasons. In 2025, we had over 1,000 registered athletes over the course of the year. 2026, we started off with 500. We focus on recreational sports. We offer all our programs at cost to our family by offsetting with volunteer hours to raise revenues for other operational costs. We've recently had some new leadership come on. JJ Steichen, our president, is sitting in the back there. So we are just committed to moving forward for the community, really just operating in an intelligent way to bring upgrades such as new bathrooms to our park and our families, and look forward to working with the county to provide the feedback that we're provided and just do everything in a reasonable manner. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty. All right, Mr. Mertney. Please tell me if I said that wrong.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Raghu Murthy, Dr. Raghu Murthy. I reside in 15496 Max Leggett Parkway. That's our office, but I actually reside right over in Ortega in 4825 Algonquin Avenue. So today, speaking to you, I am the founder and chief medical officer of Well and You, a multi-specialty medical group serving Northeast Florida. At Well and You, we bring together cardiovascular, vascular, wound care, hyperbaric medicine, and interventional pain specialists all into one setting. Our goal is to treat the whole patient rather than addressing the healthcare needs, through a series of disconnected referrals. So when a patient comes to our practice, we look at leg pain, not just peripheral artery disease or wound care or nerve issue. We kind of look at have the ability of looking at, through a specialist view, the whole leg. Clay County is already an important part of our organization. Through our 7,000 square foot facility in Fleming Island, we provide care to residents throughout our county. And in the short time that we've been open since last October, it's now encompassed about 12% of our current patients. We are planning on expanding further into Clay County. Through the Rural Health Transformation Program, we are exploring opportunities to expand specialty healthcare services in rural Clay County, particularly in the Keystone Heights area. Our goal is simple: to improve access to care, reduce travel burdens for patients and families, and ensure residents can receive advanced outpatient treatment closer to home. Our commitment to Clay County is more than words. We've already invested $2 million into local healthcare infrastructure through our main center, and we are planning to add significantly more investment into Clay County. We have a project which we went through your commission for zoning, and we're planning on building a second ambulatory surgical center down in Clay County. We think that project will roughly be about anywhere between $10 to $12 million. So we look forward to working collaboratively with Clay County leadership and the Department of Health and community stakeholders to improve healthcare access and outcomes to county residents. Thank you for your time, your service, and the opportunity to introduce ourselves this evening.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? All right, I'll close the first public comment and go on to consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item number 10.
I'd like to pull item number 17.
Okay, I'll take a motion for everything except for 10 and 17.
I'll move to approve the consent minus 10 and 17.
Second. Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll go to number 10.
All right, so item number 10 is the Athletic Association Park lease agreements and resolutions. Nothing bad. I just want to thank Justin for his hard work and all of his team. It's a pretty big operation. You know, when you look at all the parks we have in Clay County and then all of the volunteers, I think that's the other thing to realize is all these people running these associations are volunteers, and appreciate Coach Waters and Michael and Mike Hempel from FIAA is the president, is also here, and JJ Newley, congratulations. You guys are providing extremely valuable services to the youth of our community, and it's very important. This morning we had a budget workshop, and as Commissioner Compere alluded to, with potential legislation that's out there for a vote regarding ad valorem and those types of things, we're going to have to get very creative. One of the things that I could see coming down the pipe as it pertains to parks and especially associations is more of a public-private partnership model, much like we have at Clay County Soccer Club, where they lease the facility from the county, but they run the park. They pay for the spraying, they do the mowing, those types of things. That alleviates the tax burden tremendously and still provides a great product to the community. So, I can't predict the future, but I think that I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. We're very glad that you're partnering with the county, and we're very appreciative of it. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, number 17.
So I pulled this one for discussion because it was the first that I had heard about it, and so I basically wanted to know more about it, more about specifically what the plans are, what the partners are. We have supported things in the past for different organizations to provide
healthcare for the rural areas, and that's not exactly who has always provided the healthcare. We have a great relationship with Clay Behavioral. They have provided access in the rural areas, which primarily I serve, although some of Commissioner Burke's district. But for instance, I was having a conversation with our Department of Health Director, Heather Huffman, that there's really no access to health care in Middleburg and Clay Hill, with one exception, and that's through the Emmanuel Project that comes with the Impact Clay Train. Emmanuel Project comes to Keystone Heights with both. We actually have more access to health care, although I liked what the doctor was saying about specialty care. There is room for that. So I just wanted to know more about what we were, and I know we're just submitting the application, so I know that the plans may not be fleshed out, but if we can just have more of a conversation about the partners and providers and how locked in we are and that kind of thing, it would be helpful.
Hello, everyone. Chris Currington with the Grants Department. I'm the Grants Manager. So our current partners with are Paramedicine, Clay Behavioral, the Way Free Medical Clinic, and Challenge Enterprises. A little bit about the program. It's concentrated in 3 census tracts in southwestern Clay County, the areas you mentioned, Middleburg, Keystone Heights, McRae, Clay Hill. And we're requesting this money. It's over a 5-year program. And this money will help us identify, track, and give care to patients who don't normally receive it because they're in rural areas, they are low income. Any further questions, or?
So if it doesn't work out with one of those providers, is there, like, how flexible is it, or?
Yes, currently we have letters of intent from each of the providers. If we get awarded the grant, we'll enter into a grant agreement and we'll come up with a memorandum of understanding with each of our partners. If they fail to meet their obligations, then it'll be written into the memorandum of understanding that we can seek additional partners.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can we get more partners at the beginning? We can't get more partners at the beginning?
There was some requirements from the grant itself that our partners had to be established for a certain number of years. They had to meet certain requirements as far as the areas they serve currently. So we chose the current ones based on their longstanding reputation and their ability to deliver the services currently. We could add more partners. We could expand it. It's just we would need to write it into our agreements with the partners how we would want that relationship to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like them to tell us what they intend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not asking for them to come up and do presentations tonight, but
some of them are
for
here
instance,
today.
I don't want to poke fingers. I appreciate that the work that the Way Free Medical Clinic does on College and the work they did here in Green Cove. And I know that Andrea was here earlier. I think she may have stepped out, but it said this is not a criticism of them, but we supported a healthcare trailer for them, and they said they were going to provide healthcare in the areas, and I haven't seen any of it. And so, you know, whereas versus someone like the Emmanuel Project who goes almost monthly. In fact, they go to Keystone monthly, and the public knows where they're going to be. And I've volunteered. They're at the local food bank, and so I've volunteered there on Thursday nights when they come, and the trailer's always full, and there's people who are coming in and getting their health care. We have the community partnership school at Wilkinson, so there is a healthcare element of that, and so that is just a little bit of a concern to me that this that I want to see. I'm just feeling a little uneasy to lock us in. This is a very, very important grant, very important services. So I commend everyone who wants to participate, and I appreciate, you know, you all coming, all of you coming tonight and sitting through and waiting to talk with us. And it's just a concern.
If I may, through the chair, and Chris, to help you out a little bit, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got community partners identified for certain things.
Yes.
If we are approved for the grant, there's nothing to stop us from saying, just to use the example, we're gonna have partners of the Way Free and Emmanuel Project, and we can enter into those letters of intent day one before the grant starts, as long as we've identified that we can meet the entire process.
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's what the commissioner was asking. And through the chair, I know Hyro's here and we've talked a lot about this program. Even though other agencies are here, it may be worth Hyro giving the 60-second what the vision is from start to finish, if you guys care to hear that, because I think Hyro,
He would be the lead, right?
paramedicine's the starting function. You have to have a physician, paramedicine type agency to be that lead start to finish. So either Hyro or Chief Moats, I think, may be able to give you that 60-second, 2-minute, 3-minute kind of consensus of what we're doing,
That would make me feel
if
better.
that make you feel better.
Over here. You come over here.
Don't be scared.
Don't let the cord hooked up to you.
Chief, turn your mic on.
All righty. Good evening, commissioners, Madam Chair, Captain. So the vision really is for, it's a mobile integrated health initiative that's being brought throughout the country. And the idea is to use the system that's already in place. And it's using the EMS providers in a different fashion. And since we're like the pivoting point for 911 calls where people don't necessarily need emergency care, it's the non-emergency care that they need. And it's really connecting them with the doctors, physicians, whether it's emergency physicians, PCP, nurses, things like that. So currently, the partners that we have in place are, for us, no different than the way we operate now with Clay Behavioral. We get somebody with opioid use disorder, and we move them on over to long-term care. It's the same thing for chronic illnesses. So somebody who repeatedly calls 911, diabetes, CHF, whatever the case, we get involved, and it's getting the dots connected to better care. Does that make sense? So the idea really is to decrease 911 calls, right? There's so many are unnecessary, but more importantly, it's patient-centered around getting them better health care because there's so many that suffer. And then the other facet of that too is to decrease the use of the EMS system, whether it's 911, ERs. A lot of ERs are being used by folks for their primary care physicians, things like that. So it's really getting them connected with the right PCPs, the right specialists, things like that. The group that Chris just mentioned are certainly targeted towards those that don't have the means to pay, things like that, okay? And to keep it kind of not so specific, for example, I know St. Vincent's a great partner for us. They want to do a geriatric program, and it's really getting the healthcare information exchange where they have a client that's being released that we can follow up on so we can kind of better connect the dots so they don't repeatedly call and they're better taken care of. So since EMS, we have the paramedics that respond to the homes, and we already do that, we can do this healthcare model. It's not home health care, but it's more of just a follow-up approach so they can get pointed in the right direction. That's essentially what I have. I just found out an hour ago that I was going to be here, so I apologize. But it's definitely a great program to get folks connected because there's so many that are just, whether it's insurance-based or whatever, that don't have the proper health care that they need for, for activities of daily living, and people are suffering, essentially. So if I'm not mistaken, the rural initiative is really for those clients in the rural areas that aren't receiving the care. The doctor who was here, I envision he would be a partner for those specific disease processes where we can refer these clients to. But since we're at the point of the spear, we encounter those folks very regularly. And oftentimes it's like, what do we do with these clients? And with an approach like this, we can get them pointing in the right direction.
That is totally not what I thought this grant was.
What'd you think it was?
Because if you just, your referral to them for healthcare, so we refer them to the way, they don't have a way to get there. And so I thought it was going to be taking the healthcare to the area. And then it
It's a
has
little
the
bit of both.
food component. And so, I mean, I'm fine for us to move forward with the grant application. And if we get the grant, I'd like to talk about it more.
Yeah, so that disparity alone, for example, there's Uber Health, all these other resources to get these clients where they need to go. But that is a huge health disparity. But the fact that we make the home visits, the last one to make these home visits, by the way, we can start the process that way. I don't know what resources Clay Behavioral has or the Way Clinic in regards to getting these clients where they need to go, but then there's also bus vouchers and things like that to get them to proper health care.
Clay Behavior would like to speak? Irene, would you like to speak? Add anything?
I would, can I say her?
No, you have to come to the microphone.
I'll say this too, while we have an infrastructure and an idea, there's a lot to be figured out, 100%.
Irene Toto, Clay Behavioral. Yeah, we're in Keystone already, and we kind of saw this as a natural fit for us because we do already partner with those other entities mentioned, and we just see it as a way to reach clients that maybe are not coming into our office or that we're not seeing in case management or in their homes. It's a bigger pool for us to connect with services, and I think the Way's intention, if I'm correct, was that they were going to use their, with all due respect, they were going to use their mobile unit to go out to Keystone, not expect people to come into the College Avenue office, is my understanding.
You are correct, Irene. Their plan was to staff, part of their funding was to help staff that physician that would be in the mobile clinic so they could go out to other places. We can get you a copy of the budget that everybody's proposed because it lays out what everybody's doing in there. I think the key thing is this is the pattern of federal grants right now, and Commissioner Renninger and I had this conversation of, used to be you could have a grant, they would give you a year to fill out a grant and kind of work through this. This was announced 30 days ago, 40 days ago, end of April, and the deadline is tomorrow. So it's these very quick turnarounds. We have a document fleshed out. We more than happy to provide it. It's just not 100%. We're actually working this evening to kind of put the last touches on it. We had a meeting at 1 o'clock today to put more touches on it, just because it's that fluid. But we're more than happy to provide it to everybody to kind of see where we're heading. Greg is here if you'd like to hear from him on his piece too.
Well, I knew that Greg was here, but I'm not understanding the food piece, so that would be helpful if.
It is one of the 4 requirements of, there are 4.
Oh, I get
yeah,
that.
but
I
how he's
don't-
gonna do it.
Yeah, how does it, like, I'm confused to how this is all working together.
So, and this is, yeah, it's been a little fluid, I think, for all of us too, who've been submitting this. So we've been, you guys know this, we've been in partnership with you for a long time on the Food for Clay initiative. We have the, every Friday, we have 100, 150 cars come through the back of our warehouse. They're picking up food. We know that there's more of a need in Keystone, that I think, to my understanding, this grant will help us get down there and isolate on that a little bit more effectively to key on the Keystone area a little bit better. And so in that respect, that's where I think this is going to be helpful. And as Troy said, it is somewhat fluid. I mean, we're making projections based on what we think too. With respect to where we come in and the supported employment piece, we're coming in at the time when folks are kind of coming out of the I guess the patient where they are as a patient, and now they're trying to get them into a place where they are looking for a job. And part of this for us is providing job coaches and then transportation, which is a big deal to us. There have been several people over the years that have not been able to take advantage of our services, either in Green Cove or job coaches. because we couldn't transport them. Well, this gives us the opportunity to transport them. If we do get this grant, we would have then the opportunity to transport them, and they could get services. And we know that the disabled population in Keystone is growing. It's just natural because the area is growing. I think it's 7% now. We expect that to continue to grow. So, and again, I mean, I think that Troy and Chris have been very clear through the whole process too, that this is fluid. We're gonna go through this, but there's more to come, and there's more to discussions to engage in terms of how's it gonna look when it actually hits the streets, so to speak. So.
Yeah, and I would just encourage all the plans to include the Middleburg Clay Hill. Like I said, there is not any healthcare accessible to them easily, so.
Motion?
I'll move approval.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll move on. Thank you so much. Move on to discussion updates, progress report on bonded transportation program, and chief capital projects with our capital projects team.
Good evening to the board through the chair. Ed Dendor, Bond Transportation Program Administrator. Here to update you the progress the team has made over the last month. We'll go ahead and get started for project number 1, County Road 218. From Masters Pit to Pine Tree Lane, the county team and Anderson Columbia continue our bi-monthly meetings. Anderson Columbia continued the installation of drainage structures, pipes, sub-base, base material, curbing, and median along the north side of the project. The project is 70% paid out, and 101% of the time is actually used, working through allowances for additional days based on utility conflicts and weather delay days. For project number 2, County Road 209 from US 17 to Peters Creek Bridge, the county's team and Superior continued their bi-monthly status meeting. Superior completed the first lift of asphalt on all areas west of the railroad track. They have also placed the final lift of friction course pavement and pavement markings between railroad and US 17. Superior continued constructing the clay cutoff walls at Pond Site 2 while moving the clay material from Pond Site 2 to Pond Site 3, which is being used for the clay pond liner there. This project is on schedule with 74% paid out and 74% of the time used. And project 3B, Sand Ridge Road at County Road 209 with the swoosh and the roundabout at 209B. The county and GAI and Kiewit held their bi-monthly status meetings. Kiewit completed the installation of sod and fencing at Pond Site 2 located at County Road 209 while working through their punch list items. This project achieved substantial completion on May 19th with 83% paid out. The contractor is working on punch list items toward final completion next week. For project number 5, which is County Road 220, the Water Management District provided their comments back to the team regarding the permit modification. These comments were required additional drawdown analysis to minimize the wetland impacts. As a result of that, the team is modifying the design to add a pond liner to avoid secondary wetland impacts that could extend beyond the county right-of-way. And for project 6A, the Army Corps sent their first time out letter and permit to the team and the county engineer for review. The team reviewed the letter and found discrepancies in the general conditions that reflected the wetland credits we have already purchased. This information will be relayed back to the Corps for them to update the permit. Once the Corps updates their permit, it will be resent back to the team for signature, and permit will be issued at that time with full set of plans signed and sealed. Projects 3A, 4, and 6B are all complete. In support of all this work, WGI continues to work on project management and the inspection services. As of June 2nd, the team has expended $158.1 million. And in addition to your packet that you received this past week, you'll see I've attached or included a draft of a historical storyboard that basically outlines the history of the bond transportation program. As the project draws to a close, the program draws to a close, our intent is to discontinue updating the live dashboard, if you would, and replace it with this historical dashboard that you see attached. This concludes our update on the bond transportation program. Do you have any questions?
What was the third chair? What was the final number? 179?
179.8 is our our target. And again, we were spent 158.1. We're still, working on the projects 1, 2, and 3, but we're heading in the right direction. Okay, I see. Zeroing in on that same final.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Hey, Ed, I missed it. Are we still disputing contract terms for any of these projects?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a projected end date for any of that?
We're working our way through them. Projected end date is if we can come to terms, we can come to an agreement, but we were not at that point of coming to an agreement yet. No, ma'am.
So you're saying no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, if I may. Ed, earlier today at the budget workshop, Troy mentioned that we have an expected appropriation, if the governor doesn't veto it, for $2 million for County Road 218. What would we be able to do with that?
I'd have to work closely with Richard on that $2 million appropriation. Of course, some conceptual design has already been done, but initially, you're looking at advancing that design and then looking at permitting and right-of-way to see how, basically, what could we actually get done with that $2 million. Richard, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, we've looked at it from the beginning. Commissioner Condon, really feel like the intersection at Dolphin and 218 is going to warrant a signal. Was never able to be fit into the Bond and Transportation Program. That's a nice present 2 weeks before my birthday, if we get it.
Yeah.
That would work. That would be my top priority. There's not a lot you could do with $2 million with the existing plans.
Right.
I feel like the next set of plans need to go at least to Mimosa, preferably to Cosmos, which we have full design and permitting for. So that'd be if that's part of the scope.
I like the way you're thinking. Thank you.
Any other questions? Fred? All right, Richard?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to go ahead and switch hats. I'm going to jump into.
About 22 fire stations.
I'm going to switch hats from bond transportation to capital projects, ma'am. With an update report from the 6 directors, Richard Smith, Director of Engineering, seated here to my right, Eric Pope, the Director of Public Works, Justin Pierce, the Director of Parks and Rec, Gene Price, the Director of Facilities, Operations and Maintenance, Eric Jones, the Director of Ground and Maintenance, as well as myself, Director of Capital Projects. Overall, the county, the current capital project list consists of 262 projects. The project data was compiled by Veronica Dang, our capital projects control specialist. In general terms, the total budget portfolio in workday is $216,953,205, with $152,987,703 spent as of June 1st, split across the 25 different departments. To date, this fiscal year, of the total budget, Capital Projects Department is managing 86 of those 157 projects across 13 different departments, roughly accounting for $102 million, as depicted in the Operational Department table with the 14 departments mentioned. For the overall status of the public safety bond, so far to date, the county has spent $22.3 million, or roughly 34% of the $65 million bond. And for a quick rundown, I'll highlight some of the public safety projects or fire stations. Fire station number 1, construction is 65% complete with a forecast completion fall of this year. Fire stations 13, 15, 16, and 21 are at a 90% design completion. Forecast completion of Fire Station 15 is the summer of 27. Fire Station 20 was completed and operational last summer. Fire Station 22 construction is 77% complete and is forecast completion summer of this year. Fire Station 24, the design is 100% complete. 3% has been paid out. Forecast completion is spring of 27. Scorpio, the contractor, completed the installation of the silt fence, the security fencing, and mobilized their on-site construction trailer. Work is now underway on excavating the retention pond while building the pad is being brought up to the required grade. The next phase of construction will include the demolition of the existing apparatus bay and the excavation of the building foundation. The modified design for the fire training facility is 90% complete and is forecast completion is summer of 27. The Sleepy Hollow radio antenna construction is 90% complete and 70% paid out. with the forecast completion fall of this year, while the demolition of the old tower is well underway. Next up, we're going to talk again other vertical projects. The Oakleaf Library, which is a 12,000 square foot new library to be built near Oakleaf Plantation Boulevard. The county has finished its 90% review of the plans. The architect now is making those necessary changes. We expect to have final plans and a guaranteed maximum price from the contractor to present back to the board later this summer. Then we have Building 500 build-out in Fleming Island. This project will finish an unfinished area inside the building. The new space will give the Clay County Sheriff's Office much-needed room for training, office space, and meetings. The construction is expected to get started here in the next few weeks. Next up are repairs being made to the county's fairground facilities. The damages were due to weather impacts in the past. This work is funded by FEMA. This project will make roof repairs to the Exhibit Hall number 2 and the Cattlemen's Arena, as well as sealing the roof and replacing various components. These repairs will help return the building to the way the facilities were before the disaster. This project was advertised on June 4th with a required pre-bid meeting to be held on June 18th. And at Omega Park, the county is connecting the utilities facility to the Clay County Utility Authority services. This project will switch from using the existing failing septic tanks and well water to using water and sewer utilities along the County Road 218. Last month, crews installed the grinder lift station and the electric equipment. They also connected to and tested the CCUA water and sewer lines. The contractor is now installing and backfilling the gravity sewers and force main pipe. And lastly, Parks and Rec wanted to get the word out. Camp Chewinwell's pool was now open as of May 23rd and will remain open weekdays between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m., Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Sundays 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. After August 7th, the pool will be open weekends only. One Stop Aquatics is the vendor who provides daily open swim, private, and group swim lessons. Children under 2 and registered campers receive free entry. The pool schedule can be found on the Clay County Parks and Rec website. And now I'll turn the floor over to Richard, Director of Engineering and County Engineer, for an update on the road and trail projects.
Thank you, Ed. Richard Smith, County Engineer. The Oakleaf Library, with our overuse of the word Oakleaf and plantation in that area, is actually at Plantation Oaks Boulevard, Ed. It is not near
Thank you.
Oakleaf Plantation.
That's why you're the grid
Correct,
guy.
Commissioner Compere. So,
Thank you for clearing that up.
I thought you were going to, but.
No, I'd let him finish.
Our major project is County Road 220 that continues on schedule with our final paving going on now at the intersection. I rode it Sunday. It was much different. Should be striped. We're scheduled for Friday to do the final signal handoff. So all 5 lanes, all lanes, turn lanes, and the signal should be operational Friday with that portion completed. That takes us to the east, to the west, to the beginning of what hopefully will be Project 5 from the BTP continuation. North, just past the old Marathon driveway, which is now a Circle K driveway, to the south down towards Apalachicola, and to the east past the Dollar General. There's still going to be some barrels and shifting of lanes because the portion from Dollar General and Chief Rideout to the bridge is not complete. The sidewalk is complete. The first lift of pavement is on there. Joe John's Road is scheduled to be closed this week. I'm not sure if they needed to yet or not for some final drainage work. And that approach to the bridge on that side should be finished in the next 4 to 6 weeks, according to our project manager, Steve Gutierrez. Intersection should be good as early as this weekend. The bridge itself is 90% complete, with the DOT beginning their 90% inspections now. On the other side, we've had great cooperation and help from our Public Works Department, who have basically the old road between Nightbox and the bridge has been taken up and hauled to our Sleepy Hollow pit for reuse of that material. And they've hauled for about the last 3 to 4 weeks, and they've got the area ready for the contractor to finish. So we've got as I'd said before, asphalt and pavement are the most recycled product in America now. So we're taking advantage of that. And it is on schedule to be open again by the bridge and everything by mid-October. Radar Road construction continues. One clarification on the roundabout that we can discuss with the commissioner. The pavers in the roundabout will stay. The curbing for the roundabout that exists does not meet current criteria. When they built it in 2000, I think it was pretty much just an amenity. Now it's going to be a full functioning traffic circle. With that, we had to get rid of the vertical curb that's out there. So the pavers behind the curb area in the grassed area are going to be converted to a colored stamped concrete. It'll look like pavers, but it'll be mountable to where trailers and larger vehicles can use that for their rear wheels to drag across. It was actually a $4,000 change order to the negative, so we'll be getting that back. And that we've approved that, and that design is completed. ETM is our design partner in this, and they're doing a very good job. Other than that, no change really. Still access to the church and the apartments from 17, and no access from the library or vehicularly from the library or town center. The pedestrian way is still open and it is being used. So, Long Bed Old Jennings is scheduled to be substantially complete July 4th. They are on schedule. The fourth pole was installed on Thursday, and I think the signals are strung now, and it should be maybe put in flash, which we flash it with a flashing yellow and red for 7 days prior to actually turning it on to go green, red, yellow. And that should begin the next 2 to 3 weeks. Look for that to be up. The boardwalk, I was out there on Saturday. They were working Saturday. The boardwalk is getting finished. It's a small sidewalk that connects the Linda Lakes area to the Circle K on that side. We had to put a boardwalk in because of the existing ditch was deemed wetlands. So again, very, very heavy construction area, especially afternoon traffic going home. Take your time, save a couple seconds or take a couple seconds and don't get killed because it's really very busy out there in the afternoons. Our 220 and Town Center resurfacing projects are complete. They will be striped in the next couple of weeks. And the striping we will have to where we're going to try to make sure the right turn lane coming off of Eagle Harbor stays in its lane long enough to make sure there's no side swipes at the new 3-way stop sign. So those have been redone, including the redone portion. I've ridden it. It's a lot better. It meets DOT spec, and hat tip to the contractor for stepping up with no static to do that, to correct that error. And they've now moved up to Doctors Lake Drive, and in the started June 1st, they put down 15,000 feet of pavement. They pretty much paved it all the way 1 lane south from Kingsley Avenue to Peoria. It's very close to Peoria. That is, they'll then go, they'll turn around and I'm not sure if they'll come back. They'll probably go northbound again from Peoria north to Kingsley, and we should be finished in 2 to 3 weeks. This is independent of, and we've talked to CSX, who's laying new rail line out there. They've given us permission and basically said, stay out of our way and finish your job. So we're not waiting on them. More on that later, I'm sure. Yes, sir.
For Atlantic Coast, they're doing an excellent job. The only complaint I got was noise at 3 a.m. from one resident.
Which was ironic that he works for Valancourt Construction.
Exactly.
So I think he should maybe be used to that.
But I've gotten a lot more complaints about the CSX.
That one is, that's a difficult one to negotiate with. We are gonna put up some rough crossing signs just to warn the motorist. Turns out we gotta make 33 signs. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna put them at Peoria and Moody, see how that's received, and then as we march down, and I read the report today, Peoria, or starting from Moody, that will be closed around June 15th for the actual rail installation. And then it kind of proceeds south to Peoria, and Peoria, and I think the closures are gonna be maybe 1 to 2 days or maybe less, I'm not sure. It's interesting the way they do it. The new rail is welded as one continuous piece. And then where it crosses driveways, like at the school and at Peoria and Woodland and Greenbridge and Peoria and those streets, they actually trench it out, bury the new rail, the continuous welded rail, cover it with stone. They don't lay any sort of asphalt or pavement or any sort of a metal plate over it. Then when they go to bring it in, they pull it out of the trench, put it in, cover the trench up, and I don't expect it to be a lot less bumpier. We'll probably keep the rough crossing signs up.
I mean, Richard, it's.
You live it every day, don't you?
Yeah, no, yeah. I go to work that way, and I just want to know if someone's vehicle gets damaged, is that on CSX?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, because and I called you guys, and it's almost, I equate it to like a bad crown job at the dentist. Like it's supposed to, they put these rocks in, it's supposed to hold its place. It's not holding its place. These rocks are all over the road. I drive a truck, and even in a truck, it's like, ba-boom. It's a problem. And I know we're not in charge of it, but
We're not allowed to be in that right of way.
yeah,
We're a guest as we cross it.
I don't know who else we could tell at CSX, but because June 15th isn't like tomorrow either. I mean, that's the other. I remember it wasn't a project we were doing, but there was that drainage project on Doctor's Lake. We had people blow out tires where the pavement was
Yes. That was a CCUA project when they crossed over. I
Yeah,
remember. Yep.
yeah. So, hey,
I know CCUA they took care of that. I'll defer to Ed a little bit because he's had a little bit more CSX experience recently than anyone in this building.
Defer to risk management, and you'll probably go to the contractor or CSX, or they're doing the work directly themselves. But
but the county's not on the hook for that.
To me, it's a risk management issue.
Yeah.
Insurance.
Let me tell you how important this is. My wife's complaining about it.
So I'm not expecting the permanent repair to be much, it'll be safer. I don't think it'll be smoother. There
So
won't
is
be
that-
any loose gravel.
Is that just because of the type of rail replacement they're doing? Or is that
They
the
do
new,
business.
that's just the new standard of,
That's just the way it's good enough for them,
it's
their
literally
tracks
like landscaping rock.
Oh, it is. It's like a 57
Not
stone.
gravel, it's rocks
It's a real sharp pointed rock. Yeah, it's
that are
a
not
concern.
staying in the trench.
Did you, I'm sorry, did you answer Commissioner Scarmella's question, though? When you say risk management insurance, whose insurance?
Right, I'd defer to our risk management to work with,
Ours.
with CSX.
Is that what you understood?
I was comprehending that as CSX's,
And that, our
You know,
focal point. Through Brian.
Right.
Brian to
That's the normal.
yeah.
to our risk management to be able to make sure we get the right contact through the actual CSX.
Yeah.
They have risk management. They're used to
Okay.
dealing with these types of issues.
But in your case, it would be the school actually has a driveway across it, so that would be theirs. Then we've got 7 public crossings of it in that area.
Would you say CSX is more state leveraged or federal?
That would be, I defer to Commissioner Compare because she took Commissioner Bola's place. Commissioner Bola was the one that we would always go to because was he an employee?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's the story on Doctor's Lake Drive. We did get work started on the dirt road paving project in Keystone. I was out there on Sunday. It looks good. We got to really, pray for rain, and some people don't like, it was right there at Pecan and in the Hilltop. It floods every time. This will get fixed with this. They just, we had some rain late May, a couple days before they started. I've been out there and the way it'll get fixed is through curb and gutter. We're curb and guttering the actual end of those roads. That's why you can't do a rural road, product on that. And that'll reroute the water into the ditches where it should go. So that's a very good contractor. It's the same contractor that did Rosemary, and they did a very good job on that. So I expect, it's a Middleburg firm. I expect them to be very responsive.
And they're local. They have an office right there on 218 by the Burger King.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. So they should be there. They do a lot of stuff also that we don't hear about because they're a major subcontractor to Hubbard and Atlantic Coast Asphalt on some projects. On our FDR Florida DOT update, we've got, we did our final inspection last week on the Eagle Harbor at Water Oak Lane. They walked it, Commissioner Scremola. I have already gotten a complaint from Eagle Harbor about the chicken tracks or the striping that leads you on left turn lanes from Eagle Harbor north on 17. I got that about 20 minutes before the meeting. I'll check that out tomorrow.
They must have just did those chicken tracks.
They must have, and it didn't, apparently it confused someone.
Okay.
So I'm gonna check it and see. I do notice that they have them at Clay Baptist. Then that'll help those folks with that one misalignment as you come westbound across 17 from Water Oak.
Yep.
So, out front here from the Black Creek Bridge into south of Green Cove, south of Ferris Street in Green Cove, they're continuing to work on that at night, and it gets loud. When you take the dog out, you can hear them, but they should get finished soon. I did notice they got the dual left turn lanes, Commissioner Burke, that turned down on 209. They've been paving it. So that's gonna be very interesting when you see how that stripes out. It's gonna, at Mahama Bluff and all, it'll really solve a lot of riddles, because right now it looks confusing.
It's like, what are they doing?
You're
Oh,
right.
gosh.
I think there's a method to the madness. You'll see it soon. Wells Road's 70% complete, on schedule for November 4th completion. The State Road 16, they're still, if you go at the wrong time, you'll definitely get caught on it. They're doing daytime work between 23 and 218 and Penny Farms. That should shift over to they should be completing that area. We do have one complaint from the wife of the county, from the husband of the county attorney. We're gonna try to get the 218 right turn going westbound to Camp Blanding a little bit more conducive for large truck and trailer traffic. Nothing changed except they moved the turn lane, they moved the center line over. So now when you turn, you actually go into oncoming traffic. So we've talked with Jim Knight, and we're gonna hopefully add that to Anderson Columbia's punch list to get that corner laid out a little better. And looking ahead, our dirt road folks will be here. They're actually now down at Spanish Moss doing an experimental project there to do a topping on top of our rural road paving. They'll be up in the Black Creek Drive area in the next couple of weeks. And from there, they will go up into Black Creek Drive, then into Lake Asbury, with Shed Road finishing up probably in the late July, August timeframe. And County Road, when the Doctor's Lake resurfacing is complete, they'll mobilize down to 209 Riverside, and that stretch will be done. I'm not sure if that's gonna be at night or not. I'll check, I'll confirm that. That could probably be done during the day. The traffic there's pretty light, so. And that concludes my update. Any questions?
Through your chair, except Eldridge. Eldridge Road.
So you'll be pleased to know that Superior's job box is still there. You know, this is,
I know.
if you're old enough, if you're old as me, you remember how long since Generalissimo Francisco Franco was dead. That's how this box is. I'm sure Commissioner Scremola doesn't know that. But anyway, it's a Chevy Chase joke. This box from the construction company they mow around it now.
Well,
So-
they continue to tweak something. I mean, they moved dirt but it's been 2 years.
It's still not finished on my DOT update. And I've also don't have an update on when 16 will be opened, or the 23 will be opened to cross over the bridge. That is should be, I've been told, before June 23rd. That was our next safety meeting. So,
Madam Chair, two questions. Number one, the next to on 17 southbound, when you go over the Black Creek Bridge, what's the configuration so that, like, next to the racetrack?
That's what we're
there's
talking about.
Yeah.
We can't, that's what we were talking about. We
Yeah,
can't
that's-
figure it out yet.
Oh, you don't know what it is.
no, we know what it is.
It's-
We've
yeah,
seen it
it's-
on paper. We just haven't seen it in real life. Yeah.
It's like a puzzle.
So what is it supposed to be?
You will,
It's this.
when you come out of 209 teeing, first of all, racetrack will get their entrance back soon, very soon. And I'm not sure if it's disclosed, it hasn't been disclosed to me, but it's very close.
Yeah, they're trying to work the final,
That's coordination between Project Two, BTP, and the resurfacing.
Bridget, could you
So-
just go through it? So you come
So-
towards racetrack on 209, you
Correct.
turn left, then what happens? Tell them that.
209, going to the Indian restaurant, you will be able to turn northbound. 2 lanes will go northbound, 1 lane will go southbound. You will not go straight across. There'll be no crossing 17 movement allowed.
So if you're on 209 and you gotta go north on 17, how do you do that?
You'll have two dedicated left turn lanes.
Oh, you're saying you can't go straight
It
across?
will not be a through movement.
Got it, got
okay?
it, got
It's
it.
like a cement thing now.
Yeah.
Right,
There'll be an island there.
they're going to, DOT shifted the through movement to Mahama Bluff so that would go, well, through movement, the left turn to go Green Cove Springs South. That will have another signal with a left turn lane.
You know where that is?
Yeah, that's right next to it.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
that's where you
it's
see some additional pavement being put in now.
That's
And
gonna be an
then
interesting traffic light.
left turn is gonna be, it'll be a very interesting traffic light because you'll have like 2 lights within about 300 feet of each other.
So it almost reminds me of kind of what they have at 95 and 16 in St. Augustine. There's a couple configurations like that where you take a right, you get in a lane, and then you're immediately in another lane with another light.
That is
Yeah,
scary. That-
it's just different.
I can attribute to the same designer, but it's the same engineering
Is that the
brain did
same
both
one
of
in
them.
Stark that did the 2 right lanes?
Yeah, the same one in Stark did that, and Jim Knight did that as well. And the one in Stark is situated so that you're looking at the light, but it's pointed that way, so you can't see it. Yet, it's very confusing, and you're coming over a brand-new bridge that's never been there. So, but this one will be, it's taking shape now. It's gonna open quicker than I thought, Mr. Burke. I would think that could be operational in maybe 60 to 90 days, because you guys are out of the BTP project is pretty much finishing up there real soon. Correct. Yeah,
Well, what says 2027 on it though? Something,
they'd crack the whip.
hold on a second. You've been
You're talking
saying
about Project
2027
Two.
a lot.
Project Two contractually Superior has till spring of 27.
Yeah.
But they're well ahead of schedule on that.
And what is that? The turn to, on 209, all that whole area?
Yeah, east of the railroad track, all the way up to 17.
Mm-hmm.
The report is they've already got their final friction course in. They're placing their final pavement markings and signage. So essentially Superior is pretty well done with that. The majority of the work are on the pond sites as well as the work on the west side of the railroad tracks for Project Two.
So the west side has until 2027? Is that what it is?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But we still feel that'll be completed well ahead of that,
Great.
that time.
And that allows DOT to get their portion on 17 to tie into something. Because now they're not tying into a plan, they're tying into a real pavement. So,
One last question for Richard. How do we decide with like a repaving project? So there was a crew, it was a part of the Doctor's Lake. I know someone that lives in the area, and they called me. So in tight quarters like that, where you have these neighbor side streets, so they parked the equipment on someone's private property. Like they parked all the repaving equipment on somebody's private lot.
we're investigating that. They would never.
Yeah,
That wouldn't have, you saw what happened on 220, it was put in the median.
right.
I would think on Doctor's Lake, if we advised them, we'd have probably had them put it on the trail side.
Gotcha.
You know, and
Because
then
there's really
repair.
not a bunch of space over there. But
Yeah, but that's a very wide right of way. Doctor's Lake is not your normal 10 feet past the pavement.
Mhm.
It goes about 25 feet over in places.
maybe they thought it was the county's, but it was,
That's- yeah,
it was
it's-
somebody was building like they were
Yeah, that,
getting ready to lay their foundation and all that.
We had a report and we
Yeah.
notified Atlantic, and they moved the stuff, so.
Oh, nice.
yeah, that was part of the complaint from Valancourt, Johnny, and we fixed that.
Cool.
So. But there's no, somebody asked that at TCE, they didn't have anything like, they're in and out so quick, they try to keep it on our right of way,
Got it.
so.
Is that all? Very good.
Thank you.
Thank y'all very much. Okay. Jessica with active and upcoming formal solicitations.
Good evening, Jessica Lowe's, Purchasing Manager for the county, and I'll be going over the active and upcoming formal solicitations. So for our active bids we have out right now, we have the public-private partnership to design, build, and finance a public safety complex in Clay County. Bids will open on June 16th, and right now it's estimated to come back to the board on July 28th. We have the mobile trailers for the firefighter gear storage. 4 bids were received, and that is scheduled for the June 23rd board meeting. The EMS medical supply, 10 bids were received for that one, and that is scheduled for the June 23rd board meeting. We have the storm damage berm repairs at the Clay County Outdoor Adventure Park. Bids will open June 12th for that, and it is scheduled for the July 14th board meeting. The Clay County Fairgrounds Hurricane Roof Repairs, this is for Exhibit Hall 2 in Cattleman's Arena. This is a rebid. The bids will open July 7th, and that's scheduled to come back the July 28th board meeting. Knights Marina and Lakeshore Boat Ramp Repair Redevelopment and Improvements. Bids will open July 7th, and it will come back the July 28th board meeting. The drainage repair and/or new public works for construction, bids will open on July 10th, and that's scheduled for the July 28th board meeting. And then for our bids for June and July, and this is not in any certain order, we have the Fairgrounds Water Improvements, Fire Station 17 Edition, the Shower Edition, countywide sidewalk and concrete repairs, that is for Public Works, the HVAC replacement at the Clay County Emergency Operations Center, the jail recreation yard waterproofing and roof repairs, unclaimed decedent disposition services, annual roadway striping of pavement marking services, and pavement assessment for engineering. Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
this is gonna be strange, but what is our role in unclaimed decedent disposition services?
So we hire the contractor that cremates and dispose of the remains of any unclaimed or indigent decedents. Karen
We pay for
is
the-
a little
It's a
more
disposal.
it's statutory, right,
Pay for
Karen? It's a
disposal?
statutory it's a statutory obligation. If a person isn't claimed and they died in our county, we have to dispose of them.
So ma'am, this is one of those, unfunded mandates. The state of Florida says it's your requirement that if someone, to Courtney's point, passes away in the county and you can't identify their next of kin, the county becomes responsible for disposing of the body.
Is that everyone, anywhere? I'm I'm.
County is responsible.
No, I mean, if it happens in a hospital,
That is
that's
correct.
within us.
Mhm.
If it happens at the jail,
So there-
That is correct.
that's here,
There's- So there's two parts to the service, and Karen could, because Karen and I've dealt with, she's dealt with it, I've dealt with it, now it gets to go back to her. There's the first side, which is they do the research to try to find the next of kin. So we get a report of all who they've contacted, how they've tried to find somebody, all of that, and then if they don't find somebody, then you're obligated to take possession and dispose of the body.
Does the statute also set out how disposal happens?
No, but we've worked with a group and we do the cremation because it's the least expensive way.
No, I really don't need, I did not see that before. I missed it when I was reviewing and I caught it when you said it, Jess, and I was like, whoa, why are we paying for this?
You review the budget, you'll see.
Yeah, no, I'm line by line. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
One of the things nobody realizes what we're responsible for.
I missed that. Yeah. Wow.
All right, we have new business discussion of appointment of canvassing board members for 2026 primary and general elections with Courtney.
So we have been working on this. As you know, this is a statutory requirement that the chair of the board serves on the canvassing board, and we usually appoint an alternate in the instance that the chair is not able to serve. In looking through the statutory requirements and the opinions through the Department of State, we have come to the conclusion, and we being myself, along with the supervisor of election and the help of outside counsel for the supervisor of elections, that it would be best if none of you serve in the role at this time. Some of you have had instances where you could be considered to have been an active participant in the campaign of someone else, and that is clearly not allowed, but also in light of the recent legislation, it could be problematic. So what we've been working on is finding an alternate that the board can appoint. We would like to move this item to the meeting at the end of June, and at that time, just ask for you to appoint for the primary election. We have reached out to a couple of people. We're waiting to hear back of them. Tim Collins, who was our former county court judge, he is willing and able to serve, but he can't make all the dates. So we are working on an alternate or two to assist him. But we hope to be able to bring those names back to you at the next meeting. And if you have any suggestions, just let us know.
All right, anyone? Very good. All right, moving right along to letters for action, Commission Auditor.
So yes, under item number 26, you have two items. The commission auditor has submitted a notice of resignation, and in connection with that, asking for your acceptance of the resignation. And then under item B is a separation agreement for your consideration.
Do we vote on them separately?
Yes.
I'll move approval of the resignation.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
I'll move approval of the separation agreement.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. Okay, we will move on to letters of documentation. Glasses. Bid opening tabulations for the mobile trailers for firefighter gear storage and EMS medical supplies. And second public comment, I have Stephen Van Bloom to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have an idea that might seem a little bold, might be a little crazy to some, but I relate this to conversations we had today, and I'm not going to rehash on what was all discussed today. We heard plenty of that today. But moratorium. I don't know if this is the right forum to discuss this, or if this is some, what is the process to move this forward, if this was something to be even considered or an idea. If it's a bad idea, you can just tell me it's a bad idea and I'll shut up. But a moratorium on dense residential, large developments We have seen, we've heard, there's been a lot of discussion about a lot of residential development happening here, and it's unsightly, it's ugly. We are a rural county, and I know there's some more urban areas closer towards the north, but some of the developments I've seen, I'll give you one I heard about last week at the Planning Commission meeting, was something that was considered as, excuse me, let me read this, rural suburb. And in an excerpt that I took a picture of, it's a rural suburb land use category intended to maintain the rural character of an area. So when I think of that, I think you drive down some of our county roads, you have, you know, a ranch house or maybe a large estate, something that's on acres, and it looks kind of nice. A lot of people desire to live in those kind of neighborhoods, but we're seeing more of our development that's being built right now, CDDs, HOA, cookie cutter neighborhoods, and they're spitting distance from each other, and I don't think that is consistent with rural areas. I think we're hurting ourselves, and everybody who sees it doesn't like it. You come to all the meetings that I do, I'm sure you hear it too, but all the meetings I come to, I hear people say this is unsightly, it's ugly. This is not Clay County. It looks ugly. So I was going to float an idea. I'm not sure what the process is to get an idea if it's if the movement is dead where I stand, or if it's something to be considered, a moratorium on dense residential developments. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we actually had a moratorium for, I think, 4 years on District 5 on the Lake Asbury master area. So we actually did, but it's a great idea. I wish we could do more, but anyway, thank you so much, Stephen. Anyone else? Okay. We will close public comment and move on to county attorney.
Okay, so just a reminder that you have another Land Conservation Committee meeting coming up next Tuesday at 6. They are at the point where they are analyzing properties to bring to you. So I just want to make sure that you stay apprised of those meetings. And then also there are 2 items that I am working with other members of FACA on, and I just want to make sure that you are aware of. One is the do's and don'ts with respect to the property tax legislation, and we will be bringing that back to our commissioners just so that you have an understanding from a legal opinion, sort of that framework in connection with the restrictions under Florida Statute 106.113. And then secondly, something that you may be more aware of than I was a little caught off guard with it, but I've been brought in on the committee with FACA, and it's the anti-DEI legislation, Senate Bill 1134. It has some big consequences really for you, and so we're diving in to look at that to make sure that we can protect you in connection with that. So I'm sure we'll be able to brief you on that later, but just wanted to make sure you're aware of it.
Madam Chair, quick question on that. Is that regarding like the BCC as an employer, or in what context?
It's actually the language in the bill is that if it's considered violated, then the actual commissioner, it's considered what's the buzzwords for you guys? Malfeasance and misfeasance or whatever, which is a serious consequence for you. So we're working through that.
Do you have any more context, like in terms of doing what?
Really anything, any use of funding that under the statute, it would be considered in DEI initiatives. So we have to, in contracts moving forward, effective January the 1st, we have to have certifications that our contractors will not use county funding in connection with any DEI program they may have. For a lot of counties, it's a very large problem for their TDC because of funding that they use for certain programs that you are not allowed to use the funding. So we're working on a flow chart and working to really digest it to
So that would even go through like purchasing?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And so we'll need to add it within our bid requirements and then in the actual contracts.
And you kind of think it may not happen in Clay County, and a few years ago, we were giving statutory money to a nonprofit that I'm not gonna name. But we were giving statutory money to a nonprofit for a required, one of our required, one of those required things, not Clay Behavioral. And and I got a phone call from a constituent and said, I can't believe the county, I don't want my tax dollars supporting this initiative or whatever. And I said, what are you talking about? And they directed me to the website and Facebook page of this organization. And they did have some very DEI kind of initiative things on there. And so I called the executive director and said, I got this complaint. And I don't know if this is an issue, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Obviously, now it would be an issue, so.
All right.
They took it down, by the way.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just a couple items. I'll just kind of focus on Freedom 250. Next week, on Monday, the 15th, the Freedom 250 Mobile Museum will arrive in Clay County. We will have a very short, at 10 o'clock on June 16th, that Tuesday, we'll have a short ceremony. And the team, which includes Laura, Mary, and then Karen, have arranged a very nice program for that, and really excited about it. And then the truck departs the next day on Wednesday, the 17th. I want to tell you something about the truck, though, because a lot of people are like, what's up with this truck? It's a mobile museum and that. Well, there's 6 of these trucks that travel throughout the United States. They have interactive quizzes to find out if you would be a loyalist or a patriot. They have digital signatures, and the kiosk allows visitors to digitally sign the Declaration of Independence. The history is brought to life with walk-through exhibits that explore the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and Wall of American Heroes. And finally, it has advanced tech, of course. It's got AI that represents figures like George Washington. So super excited about it. We've gotten the word out to everybody. And this is for all 3 counties, Nassau, Jacksonville, and here in Clay County. They did not allow the truck to arrive in Jacksonville because of constraints of parking and things like that. So it will be parked in our parking lot right between the admin building and the courthouse, right in the front part right here. So super excited about that. Next thing is our October 14th celebration. Oh, yeah.
Quick question. I had been asked about the hours that the museum's open.
Oh, yeah. Did we have updated hours, Laura?
Yeah, I believe it's about 11 to 5, Monday, 9.
There we go. We'll make sure it's out on social media that way too. Yep. Yeah, there's neat things like we're trying to get a police escort when the museum arrives at the county line, those type of things also with it. But good questions. Thanks, Courtney. October 14th. I cannot tell you how excited I am about this event to occur at the historic courthouse. Remember, it occurs right at the ceremonial signing at 2:50 p.m. or 14:50. What we've done is Laura filled out this 5-page application to get a flyover for military aircraft, and it was approved last week, and we have been assigned a U.S. Navy type aircraft to fly over at that time during our ceremony. It's probably the first time. We normally have Howler or we have other entities to come, but we got the big guys coming, either maybe from NAS Jacks. I'm going to push to see if I can get the Blue Angels to come over in the solo that's there. So we'll see what we can get. So super excited about that. We have weekly meetings on that. If you want to be a part of that, just let me know, or Laura or Mary, and they've been doing another fantastic job on that. And then finally, I've got some news. We received a donation. It's from a group called the Charters of Freedom. And if you just give me a liberty just to read this letter that they sent to us. It was to the chair, and it says, the citizens of your county and all 67 counties of Florida have been given an America 250 gift from Foundation Ford of Burke County, North Carolina. This gift consists of 7 laser-etched documents of the Charters of Freedom and Civil Rights Amendments. They are heavy. They're on stainless steel. The charters of freedom are your Declaration of Independence, United States Constitution, and Bill of Rights. These documents are on laser etched 3x16-inch stainless steel plates, each weighing over 40 pounds. The purpose of this gift is education to preserve American history at the time of the founding of our country, and education in civics. So all of the citizens will know how government, federal, state, and local is meant to serve and protect we the people. It's signed by Vance Patterson. He's the founder and foundation Ford, Inc. And so what we've been doing since we received, it's a huge box. It's downstairs, okay? We've looked at it briefly. We haven't pulled them all out yet. But we needed some help, and our goal was to really ask for volunteers, ask for donations, and it has a whole kind of schedule. I was going to have Troy bring it up, but I'll bring it up later to you all, and what it should look like. What we would propose to the board, that we would put it over at the historic courthouse, just across from the TAPS Memorial, and then children can come over there, and school buses and schools can come over and kind of see this along with the TAPS Memorial. We've kind of planned that out. We do have a contractor on the hook to do it. We just need donations for materials for it. So each one is like a pedestal, and there's 7 pedestals that would be built. They have all the information on it. They have a video on it, all the materials that you need. And we're looking to complete that by mid-September, and not spending one dime of taxpayer dollars. We want to do it on donations. So we have the team, the grants team has done a great job. They've put this page together, and I'll share that separately with each one of you individually that we can pass out, and we'd like to put it online. And there's just different levels of donation that can be participated in. We thought later on too, not for this part here, but later on we could get bricks, right? And we could do bricks around that whole area and brick it nicely and connect the 2 memorials that are there. Super excited about it. We want to get it done by mid-September. There's an investiture that's going to happen towards the end of September, and of course, we want to get it done before October 14th. So lots of great things happening with 250. The team has been awesome about it. Mary's got lots of things that are ongoing, and let's not forget about, the reflection pool and what we've done there, and that's going to be coming up here as the 4th of July quickly approaches. But pending that, any other questions that you may have for me or about these projects or events, stand by. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start at this end tonight.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, Madam Chair. I was thrilled to fill in for our chairman at the Federated Republican Women's Luncheon last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess. And I was on the speaker card with Congressman Bean, which thankfully.
You're the opening act.
Well, I asked to be the opening act because I didn't want to follow him. And I said, do you have somewhere you have to go? Because I'd really rather not follow you. But at any rate, it was great, good conversation, good attendance. And then I got a shout out on his town hall update that night. So that was pretty nice. But I appreciate that opportunity, Madam Chair, and hopefully I did you proud. And then the following day, we had a really intriguing presentation at the EDC luncheon. And if you weren't able to go, I think they've sent out the slides from that. But we had the CFO of Ameris Bank come into town, and she's fascinating. And she used to live in Jacksonville. Now she lives in Atlanta. But she talked about interest rates and the differences of opinion with the people who do the Fed futures, and then the Fed people themselves. And so she actually thinks that that rates will be flat, if not go up a little bit in the remaining year, which is not what we've heard, right? We had heard they were going to come down, and so then she talked about how that could lead to economic times and what that would lead to. Pretty interesting when you talk about a regional bank and their commitment to Clay County and to our region. And she had wonderful things to say about Clay County. And not being from here, that was really nice to hear. And then the county attorney and clerk and comptroller and I and Karen were able to go to Judge Mobley's investiture. And that was it was so, Clay County showed up because Judge Day, the chief judge, had said, we all know Christina, she's so modest and she's so shy. And she said, well, I had an investiture when I became a county judge, and I've been doing the work of the circuit court for 6 months now. So I really
I don't think I need one. And Judge Day said, no, you're going to have one, and you're going to have one in Jacksonville because Clay County knows you, but the rest of the attorneys in the circuit is Tri-County, that they don't know you. And so it was wonderful who showed up, but Clay County showed up for her, and it was a very moving ceremony. They packed the courtroom. We got in the main courtroom, but then they had a overflow. So there were people who had watched it on TV. So anyway, very exciting to go to that. And so I also got to attend with the county manager and let's see, Charisse and Clerk Green and Karen and a number of other people, our tax collector. We got to go to Clay Day at Camp Blanding. And I encourage you, if you have an opportunity to go to that again, they want to bring that back. It had stopped during COVID, and so they hadn't had it for a while, but just to kind of see their operations out there. And then we had some great follow-up conversations on partnering with Camp Blanding and on why the protection of that military installation is so critical to our area and the jobs that they bring and the expansion that they are looking for and the funding that has been provided for them. It is absolutely crucial that residential development not encroach on them. And they have the ACUB that protects that, which is the Army Compatible Use Boundary. We also have our urban service boundary, but it's going to be critical that we as a BCC support them in that so they can continue those operations, because that is critical to the Florida National Guard. And the training that goes on out there is absolutely crucial for the. So anyways, a great conversation. And I know Commissioner Renegers participated on the Military Installation Readiness Review Grant with the Regional Council that will play into that. So maybe at some point we'll have more update on that, but I just wanted to share with you that that is important. And not just, it's a different view. He shared that there are certain exercises that they are unable to do anymore on the north part of Camp Blanding because of residential complaints off of Carter Spencer Road over in the Clay Hill area. And so, so for the people who say that there's large-scale neighborhoods coming to the Carter Spencer area, it's not going to happen because it's not zoned for it and because it would impact Camp Blanding. And that brings me to two things I wanted to just end with, Madam Chair, is that one, I've seen a lot of discussion about the RV park at the former North Fork Girl Scout camp off of kind of back in Lazy Acres off of Long Bay, and them saying, why did the county allow that? Well, they're zoned a camp, and that's why they can be a campground. As far as things like a water park or anything else, they don't have those approvals. They have to go through county staff. So I would encourage everyone to, it's funny. People will see something online and they're the first ones to say, don't believe everything that you see, or they're facetious about it, but then they believe everything they read. And so just because it's on there, it's not necessarily approved. And when we advertise it on our agenda, a public hearing, they have the right to bring it. It doesn't mean it's getting approval. And to Commissioner Renegar's point, we're not in anybody's pockets. We're not getting paid off. And we often don't always say yes. Tonight was an example of something that got approved, but it didn't get approved the first time around. They had to come back with modifications. And to our request for a moratorium, I think it's important to address that because I see that talked about a lot. I actually wrote an article for a little newspaper, Clay Today special that's going out in Middleburg about that, because it's actually last year the legislature made it impossible for us to do residential density moratoriums because the developers weren't getting the answers they wanted from BCCs statewide, and so they went to the legislature. And so it's called Senate Bill 180. And it says that the BCCs cannot pass any land development regulations that are more strict than the state. The reason we can consider it for data centers is because the bill that was passed that says it's the local governments that need to do data centers, so the state didn't want it. At some point, they may change their minds. But that's where we stand right now, so we actually can't do anything that is more strict. And so I appreciate it. I think there would be some appetite for looking at it. The other thing is large scale, right? Because if you own a piece of property and you want to build on it, you have a right to do that as long as you have the zoning and land use. And we want to honor private property rights too. So with that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Just two things tonight. Number one, so we had a big tourism event at Eagle Harbor Golf Club last week. We hosted a national qualifier for the American Junior Golf Association. There was over 70 players here from ages 13 to 15, and they were from all over. There were kids from California. There was a kid from Canada. There was a kid from South Africa. These were some of the best players in the world that came to Clay County. And I was actually at Orange Park Rotary on Tuesday, and I saw people unloading their rental Suburban with their clubs, and they were staying in hotels, and it was really kind of cool to see it in action. The two winners of the tournament, one was from Jacksonville Beach, Jack Cole, and the other young lady that won was from Howie in the Hills in the Eustis area. So it was really cool to see. But they raved about Clay County. They raved about their experience, the hospitality that we have in our community. So it's a great tourism event. Great job to Teddy and his team on that. I just want to close with this. You know, tonight, and not even tonight, today's a good day. And I think it was a good day from the fact of it was about community. You know, starting this morning with the budget workshop, I'm really appreciative of our constitutionals that came and gave such valuable feedback. And they get it in terms of what we're walking into. You know, then we talked about, you know, Valancourt's, just, that was emotional, listening to see how 3 guys who worked the night shift immediately jumped in an emergency like that. That was unbelievably awesome. You know, we honored young people. We talked about data centers, which obviously, you know, our community is extremely passionate about. For someone to stand at the podium with their probably 12-month-old, that tells you how important it is. Right. I maybe miss my daughter. My daughter's almost 2 years old. But if someone's going to be here and bring their child like that, that's how important it is. Right. And we have some tumultuous times that are on the way for many different reasons. And I think one of my favorite quotes that I lean into, and I think all 5 of us will, is that smooth seas don't make skilled sailors. You know, and we're going to remain together and have robust debate and get to where we need to go. But the last thing I want to say is Sunday, my pastor, Nathan Freeman at RCC, reminded us of how tomorrow is not promised. And there's 3 things that the man upstairs gave us, and that's faith, hope, and love, and the greatest being love. Tonight I was a little bit disappointed with how rambunctious it kind of got. I think that this commission does a really, really good job of remaining professional. And I just want to let our community know we can have robust debate and love our neighbor and respect our neighbor. And when in that, that's what I want to end with. When in doubt, love your neighbor. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Just one comment, and this one's going to be a little sensitive, and I'm going to keep it short because I don't want to speak out of turn. But I received a phone call today, and because of the swell of conversations that are happening right now with the property tax conversation and the vote that was cast last Wednesday, it casually came up in the conversation. And here's where things got a little strange. I was explaining that, yeah, we're looking at having to make some very serious decisions in the next several weeks, and that's part of the job. I get that. But then I was cautioned against tone-deaf messaging because the commission has a referendum on the ballot to increase commissioner pay, and I can't be talking about financial constraints and also proposing to increase commissioner pay. So let me be abundantly clear. the commission, the CRC, the Charter Review Commission may have appointees of the commissioners, but they cannot do our bidding for us, period. That is just not the way that the process works. And I've understood that there is a lot of misunderstanding about them being an extension of us. And I want to, and I think I'm probably in the best position to actually make this comment. I have never zealously advocated for the increase of commissioner pay, and I never will zealously advocate for anything on the board floor or even in the community where there's so much misunderstanding. And frankly, not very many people in the county actually know what commissioners do and what impact we have on day-to-day decisions that they live through. And so for me, I'm saying it now during my comments that I took it to be very offensive, primarily because it's kind of been it's undergird a lot of the conversations that have happened here, that commissioners have these kickback abilities and this, that, and the third. And I think it speaks to a lot of other background conversations that I'm going to bring forward. There's a lot of mistrust of local government, but if we're going to have a conversation about these things, I encourage us to actually have a meaningful discussion about it, not levy accusations of your local government officials. And so I want to be very clear. I heard that that's not necessarily, well, let me say it this way. I would be very careful about making comments like that verbally or written because of what implications they carry. And I know that elected officials aren't as protected as private entities, but we are not, but it is not unfettered access to what accusations can be leveled against public officials. And so I want to say that clear. It's a caution and it's an invitation to have a conversation, truly, because I was very surprised at how that conversation unfolded, and that puts us in a precarious situation because we still have to make very, very serious decisions on behalf of the folks who elected us to be here. And so I am inviting those who are still watching to give me a call, to give us a call, to send us emails, have conversation about it instead of the talking points on your social media platforms that are emotion-riddled and not fact-based. I sincerely invite you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rainier?
I started out with 2 items, and I think I have 6 now, so. First of all, Commissioner Condon brought up the EDC luncheon. I wasn't able to attend, but I did. It's on, I want to inform you, it's on the internet. The whole presentation is, and it is exceptional. She really she's executive, I forget her name, but came from Ameris Bank, and she knew what she was talking about. So I want to encourage you all to take a look at that. It's a very good 30-minute effort. Smooth water doesn't make skilled sailors. That's a quote I'm going to use again. That's
Smooth
very
seas don't
good. Smooth
make,
seas. I'm
don't
sorry.
make skilled sailors.
I want to compliment the staff for the budget workshop we had this morning, because the first order of business is to understand what the problem is. And if you don't understand what the problem is, well, then the solutions aren't going to fix it. And I bring that up with the disappointment I have that the municipalities haven't approached the property appraiser for the impact of what it's going to do to their municipalities. I mean, I'm going to have a talk with Orange Park, and I'd encourage you to talk to your municipalities. And this is a train that's going to run over them if they're not careful. So, last thing, tonight we took action on a resignation, but I'd like to make a recommendation that we do not fill that position, and/or, more importantly, maybe an addendum to the referendum to eliminate that position from the CRC, from the charter. So I don't know what, I hesitate a little bit about elimination simply because once it's gone, it's gone. You're never going to retain that. But I think it's certainly, the description of that position needs to be changed. So I don't know what the wishes of the commission are, but I'd be in favor to pull it off the whole, make an addendum to pull it out of the charter.
So may I have may I ask a question on that, Madam Chair? So, Courtney, can we put, like, I know that timing is of the essence, but could we put that on the charter?
Yeah, the charter provides for you to bring it, you have to do it through a public hearing, and it's an actual ordinance, and then you send it to the supervisor of election.
And we have time to do it.
And in light of, I think it was something that Troy said, or maybe it was MJ, I think maybe it was MJ, but at the budget workshop about frozen positions and then elimination. So if we do not ask the voters if they want to eliminate it, then we have to accrue for it? We do? Okay.
Yep, yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, you have to account for that position within the budget.
Okay,
So that's what we'd have to do.
that's interesting.
But you don't have to fund it.
That was my next question.
Yeah, well.
Well, you may have to fund it, but you don't have to fill it.
Right, you don't
No,
have to
you don't have to
fill it.
fill it. No, yep, let me,
Okay, you got to fund it, but you don't have to fill
so
it.
basically put X number of dollars towards that position.
Well, certainly, it's funny, when I first got elected, I remember Commissioner Bola saying to us, gotta protect that position, make sure you protect the position. And when I was on the school board, we had a school board auditor that had been vacant. The person had left the role, it was a little bit similar, not exactly the same, but was one of the 3 positions that reported to the school board. And so we didn't fill it when the person left, and then I think maybe they have since then, or I don't know, but it didn't have the redundancies that the Amendment 10 provided with the clerk of the court and comptroller's office, where we have redundancies for that role. So I think certainly if it's not eliminated, it needs to be changed, and I don't know how you go about, I guess you craft a new job description and ask the voters to approve it, but.
Well, it'd be a charter change, so so we could either eliminate it or change the focus of that position. And I've said since I was elected that we don't have enough support to research data centers, to research advanced air mobility, to research all these issues that are, AI coming in, to research these issues that are going to affect us so that we can make decisions to optimize the future. As this part-time position, pans out, we just don't, I don't have the time to do it. And so I'd personally like to have somebody to help me noodle through some of these difficult situations that I see are coming, but, they require research instead of reaction. I'd like to research before I react, so.
So I thought you said you wanted to eliminate.
Well, either or. I don't know whether we redesignate it. The description as it exists, I don't think we need anymore. So either we don't need the position or we don't need that description.
So do we have to act now? I know we have to act now for the 26 election, but could we, even though I know it's a charter year, but if we put something on the ballot, could we wait till the 28 election, Courtney, to really think it through and talk it through?
It provides that in a referendum at the next general election or special election if called by the board. So you have a lot of flexibility.
I think it's going to be important that we're strategic in terms of the five of us talking about it, because I can tell you right now, I see the train coming down the tracks. It does not look good to remove an auditor to the public. Even though we all know that there's a whole team of people doing that work, you're putting on the ballot, you're removing an auditor. Right?
Well, but I think the language could say that, like, I mean, it's, so.
Yeah, you could write it as due to the, Amendment
Amendment
10 and
10.
staff, yeah, and that's why I just think I want to make sure we talk about it a
Don't make
lot.
a rash
Yeah.
My understanding is that there's a good possibility that the amendment for the constitutional amendment on excessive property taxes is going to be legally challenged because of the title and the language, and it hasn't been yet. They have 30 days. And I was reading today, it hasn't been yet, but there's speculation that it could be. And then if it gets tied up in the courts, it might not make this year's ballot. But then, I don't know, I'm not breaking news. So anyway, you can Google that yourself.
So I don't know, I think it's something we need to look at, but I don't know how we should approach that. We could take action quickly, or we can delay, I think.
Can we, but just a thought, can we maybe have some options, like, just that we can ponder over and then discuss? I don't know if
And
anybody's
probably need
against
to
that.
know what those duties would be then of that probably part of that.
Right.
Like, if those duties are not what should be it, then what is the job description that
Right.
we feel like we would need?
What's the chair's wishes?
I mean, I think options are good.
Yeah. I appreciate you bringing it up, because
mean-
we do need to kind of.
One is elimination, one is
Modification.
modification, pretty much.
Do we have time to think about it till next meeting, to direct staff to create language if that's the desire?
So you would, if you thought about it and you made a decision on the 23rd, yeah, you would have to vote on it on the 28th.
We'd have to vote on it on the 8th?
The 28th of July, because you wouldn't have time to advertise it for the July.
But that is time because
Oh, but there's a fifth, is that a fifth week?
in July.
Oh, yeah.
But
So
that
it
is
might, you could
time.
maybe do it on the you could vote on the 14th. Yes, because we have an extra week.
Either one works, because my understanding from following the property tax stuff, that the last time to get something on the general election ballot is like August 3rd, 4th, something in there, so.
Yeah, Chris said he would obviously work with you however you'd like. It's just his timing. We have to get it, what's the word, translated into Spanish. We have to get all that facilitated for him. So, but I think because there is that fifth week, you could discuss it on the 23rd if you'd like.
So can I make a motion for next board, to have an agenda item to either eliminate or modify the position for addendum to the referendum to go on the general ballot?
Just a discussion item.
Discussion.
Okay.
And then what would be the job description then?
Well,
We're gonna discuss that, or are we gonna?
we'd have to think about it ourselves and come up with a job description and try to get consensus on the board floor.
Okay, so it's a motion?
And just remember, we have, with your ballot language, you have, the title can be, it's very short, and then I think it's 75 words. So you have to get it all in the 75.
Okay.
So the motion is to put it on the agenda for next meeting as a discussion item for further action, either total elimination or modification.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, motion is a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's all I have, thank you.
Great, thank you. That was 6? I don't think that was 6.
5.5. Pardon me?
I don't think that was 6.
6 items.
I was like,
Six
what
items.
else you got?
Actually, there was 6, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay, so I have, I know everyone knows I have brought, information about Solite. The Solite task force director was here and I think it was past his bedtime, so he left. But I wanted to give an update on it, what's going on with it. There's been, so I'm gonna kind of give a little rundown. There's been 2 consent orders for Stone Ridge Farms off Russell Road. The first was from US EPA and the second from FDEP. The FDEP consent order was issued in 2006. Stone Ridge Farms is the old Florida Solite facility. More than 30 years of public documents show significant contamination that has never been cleaned up. For years, we've been pushing FDEP to require full cleanup, and I'm an advisor to the task force. Stone Ridge Farms has proposed no cleanup, but rather fencing off the most contaminated areas and posting warning signs. FDEP just published their intent and sent us the email to approve the plan that avoids cleanup and allows Stone Ridge Farms to fence off the contamination, which is right next to a village center where townhouses have been proposed in the past to go there. This notice opens a 45-day public comment period. FDEP will hold an open house public meeting on Tuesday, June 30th from 4 to 7 at Russell Baptist Church on Sand Ridge Road. We have also raised concerns about possible violations of the Clean Water Act, mainly that Solite built a stormwater system that carried pollutants into Black Creek and still today is connected to Clay County's stormwater system. FDEP cannot produce any permits for the Solite system but has not agreed to investigate. So there's a stormwater system running through it, but no permits have been found. Okay, hold on one second. I got one more thing to add to that. Part of the stormwater system empties into a canal that runs through the Russell Landing community. That canal goes into Black Creek, which of course goes into St. Johns River. If pollutants were carried into the canal from the old Solite plant, they may still be in the sediment at the bottom of the canal. The community tested 13 neighborhood locations, including the edge of the canal, and found arsenic and other heavy metals. And this, of course, is a canal that kids swim in, dogs, people fish, all that kind of stuff. But the community cannot afford to properly test the sediment at the bottom of the canal, and FDP won't test it. So that's where we're at right now. I just wanted to announce that public meeting. Heather Huffman just let me know that she's going to be there to support us. And US EPA was formally asked to investigate, but has refused, saying that DEP has to ask them to do for help. We also have had Representative Garrison, Senator Bradley, Congressman Aaron Bean. They have all tried to help us, and even with their help, we are at this dead end. So it's very frustrating and scary too, because signs don't keep people out. Signs of misses don't really keep people out. So my last thing is in sensitive issue. I was definitely caught off guard last meeting, Commissioner Condon, and so I wanted to bring it up because I do feel like if someone feels like rules are broken, then we have our standing rules. We want to make sure that that is not the case, that it doesn't happen in the future. And so I did want to bring it up. I'm sure y'all could figure out I was definitely caught off guard. We get so many emails, we do so many things, and definitely being the chair is a lot different than what I was used to in the years before. So the proclamation, recognition requests, all the different changes with that did come to me, and I was asked to, my wording that I remembered was to which commissioners would I feel like would fit, or would I want to ask to take recognitions to the departments. And so I said that, and I did not assign anyone, and I bless her heart, Teresa, Lord have mercy, she's got so much work and takes care of all of us. And I think that word came out, but that is not what was meant to be the case. In my eyes, no rules were broken at all. And so I heard twice that if we're going to have rules, then we need to follow them. And, I'm a big time rule follower. I'm a mom of 4. I got a business. I've been in business 25 years. And so I really really, 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 really had a problem with it. And I have lost a lot of sleep over it. I am emotional about it. I had calls left and right to me after that meeting, saying, "Oh my God, what in the world was that?" And you know, I don't know. I do want to say that I do feel it was my duty, and staff has also let me know that they didn't think a rule was broken, that it was my duty. I was allowed to do that. And so if we need to have a discussion about it, we can. We have tons of recognitions. We have tons of proclamations. You know, first with the proclamations, I know there was a little bit of talk about that, but you know, we have staff here like this today. We were here a full hour before we even started the business, and you know, staff sitting here through all that. So you know, I do agree, and my approach is, and Commissioner Sella did the same thing, and that's where I actually heard it from, for 3 proclamations in the meetings. Of course, there's not going to be 3 proclamations every time, so if there's a 2 meeting, then we could add another one. If there's something special, of course, then we would ask. You know, I don't have a problem with that, but you know, we do want to try to be as efficient as possible in the meeting. The other thing, I didn't really totally understand, Commissioner Condon, but I felt like what Commissioner Scrumlow said was that our staff has their phone available to us 24/7. That's what I felt like he was saying to us. It wasn't that we have worked with them for so many hours or anything. I didn't feel like that was what the case was. So in that regard, again, I just didn't feel like there was. I've looked at them. I've looked at the rules. I've asked staff. I mean, I think we need to figure that out if there is a problem there. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I think, you know, people can interpret, I guess, that rules were broken maybe, but in my eyes, there was no rule broken. And as far as what staff is, discussion I've had with them, no rules were broken. So if there was rules broken, and we need to discuss and just see, you know, what it is we need to do with the standing rules if there's something that needs to be changed.
So I think I can clarify for you. I think messages were crossed. And maybe because I didn't want to say things on the board floor because I didn't want to say them because I didn't want to be the difficult person, but I'll say them now. So regarding the recognitions, I was totally caught off guard. And I did feel like, I mean, I got an email that said, this has been assigned to you, this is the way we're doing it now, and 5 minutes later, the mosquito people were copied on it. And I felt like if my other work life didn't accommodate it, here I am, I can't say, no, I can't do this. And I didn't want to say no, and I wanted to figure it out. And we did, and Teresa did, and I get it, that was a whole, I now know that was a process that was not fully communicated to each of us. I mean, I knew that Commissioner Compare went to the libraries, and at the time, I thought, oh, if I could have gone, I would have liked to have gone to that, because in the past, when there's been times, like when we did the street sweeper truck, it was opened up to anybody who could come. And so at the time, I thought, oh, that would have been really cool to go to the libraries and see what they were doing. I didn't know anything about it. And then I vaguely remember Commissioner Reniger saying something about Public Works, but I had no idea that this was now something new we were doing. And I was told later after the last meeting by staff that this is something that we're doing that kind of is like what St. Johns County does, except that St. Johns County commissioners are full-time. And they're compensated full-time, and they go to the office every day, and so there's a lot more flexibility. So I didn't know the process had changed, and that's really more of where that came from. As far as rules being broken, that was specifically about the commission auditor. And I'll just be frank with you. I asked for things on the board floor, I feel like, for 3 years that were not done. And she just didn't do them, and I don't think she wanted to do them. And so I felt like I was not treated the same way as other commissioners. But then the rest of you weren't saying that. And in her performance evaluations, there was a wide spectrum from where I was of what she was providing to me to all fives and people saying she did a great job. And so what I was saying by that was I didn't know what she was working on. And where I was talking about the standing rules, and the only thing that I was meaning by that was the rule that says if it's going to be more than 8 hours worth of work, that it would be agreed to on the board floor. And we hadn't done that because I didn't know what she was working on. So it certainly was not directed that you had broken a rule. I'm sorry that you took it that way, and I'm sorry that the public took it that way. I was very upset that night that it had become abundantly clear to me that I was not respected in the same way as other commissioners by that position. And I'm duly elected by my electorate, as all four of you are. And so I think it's important that my ideas and requests of projects be treated the same way. And so those were, and I can give you a few quick examples. One was that I had asked for the franchise fee ordinance to come back to us with recommendations of how to change it. And I had asked for the engineering services to be evaluated and tell us if it would be better for us to bring more engineering resources in-house or to continue to contract more. That's only two examples of things that I had asked for a lot. And then the example of Doge. 15 months ago, I asked for there to be a Doge task force kind of thing, between the other constitutionals and us to evaluate things like cell phone contracts and things like that. And I asked for all of that on the board floor. None of you objected to it, but those were things we didn't have done. So that was between the two, obviously, my comments got lost in my intention because I didn't want to call the commission auditor out on the floor that felt like I was definitely being treated differently. And that was why I was not in favor of the pay increase. But that was really about the standing rules. The recognitions was separate. It just totally caught me off guard. And now I'm up to speed and I know what's going on and I have the mosquito people on my calendar and we're good to go.
Great.
So
Okay.
I apologize
But
that.
so I don't remember what is the 8-hour thing? Because I don't remember anybody saying that she worked 8 hours on a
No. It was in the standing rules. It says if that position is going to, if a request from a commissioner is going to take more than 8 hours worth of research or work, that it would be agreed upon by the commission on the board floor. And I said, my assumption was that clearly if all of you were getting that kind of work from her and you said she's doing great work, that she was working on things I didn't know about because I didn't know what she was working on. And we didn't get updates at the meeting, so I didn't know.
All right, I will say from my own opinion of that, I mean, I am on the CRA with her, so I do get to work with her more than any of y'all do or did. And I also have a list of stuff, that she did update us on. So, I asked for that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. It's done with, and we will move on. Then I think we don't need to do anything addressing anything else. Okay, great. All right.
Madam Chair,
Awesome.
really quick, one
Yes.
thing about, and I appreciate you guys discussing this, but I like what you said earlier about kind of like giving you as the chair the flexibility. Because for instance, tonight, I mean, those kids just want us. We could have easily said, "Hey, we're not doing the state championships because we have 3." They just won. A lot of those kids are going to college. They're not going to be able to come to any other meeting. So I think that
It was special. Yeah.
right, we have those one-off scenarios where the chair has the discretion to say, And when I met with Laura, I told her that. I said, I'm not in favor of some kind of like hard, fast rule that you can only do X because there's extenuating circumstances. But we know you're going to do what's best for the commission to keep the meetings efficient. You're not going to roll in with 9 proclamations or something like that. But you're doing a good job.
Great, thank you. I do try, I promise, all of you. Okay, anything else? All right, we will adjourn.